Welcome everybody, welcome. Stacked episode for you today. I've got loads of videos to watch actually. I've saved like 7 or 8 videos that I saw on Facebook over the last week that I just thought were worth talking about, so that's pretty cool. We've got Matt GPT joining us tonight from the Discord. He also has his own exterior cleaning business and he's just an absolute wealth of knowledge, so he'll be on soon, no doubt. Welcome everyone, welcome Chris. I'm not late. Craig, thank you very much. Perfect timing. I love you now. Clean Time, welcome. Lindsay, welcome. Tracy, Millhouse, Keystone. Keystone is a new VIP in the chat. He's been so helpful in the Discord recently. I thought, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car, you get a free membership to the Discord. People who are like going above and beyond to contribute to the chat and to try and help people. Free membership, instant free access. I'm joining the stream from the Bahamas, Holmes, mate. Lucky boy. It's not luck, is it? It's hard work. Is this Ronnie Pickering? I don't know what you mean. Evening Jake and all of the rest of you sexy boyos. Friendly neighbourhood welcome. Matt's going to be a late one. Yeah, to be fair, last time we had Matt on, we were going for about 5 hours. How can you fill 5 hours talking about pressure washing? Got a Titan job in the next 2 days, but we have rain. What to do? I think you can... Is it going to be like heavy rain or light rain? You're in Manchester, aren't you? I don't think rain's an issue when you're putting Titan down, to be honest, mate. I don't think it is. Precipitation, 20%. The Met Office, where can you find how much you're going to have? Because it says the percentage chance, but you also need to look at, yes, there might be like 100% chance of rain, but it might only be raining a tiny bit. So you've got to look at it and see what it says. I've got an app on my phone that does a really good job of, it's on a Google phone, it does a good job of telling you like roughly how much you're going to get. Because if it's definitely going to rain, but you're only going to get a little bit of rain, it's not too much of an issue. And to be honest, with the Nexus Titan stuff, I was trying to explain this the other day. Once you pour it out of that tub, that initial 30 seconds where it's still moist is great for sliding it around and it flows into the joints by itself. After 30 seconds, it starts to lose all that moisture and you have to start pushing it into the joints and going back and forward over the joints to make sure they're full. Whereas that initial burst, that initial 30 seconds, it just does it by itself. And so we found that hosing it down again and then brushing it around and keeping it moist is really important, especially on like super porous slabs like Indian sandstone, because I'm wondering if that's what it is. The majority of these Titan jobs have been on Indian sandstone, and I'm wondering if it just sucks all the moisture out of the product. Maybe that's what it is. Shalom. Welcome, LRS. Just graphicking the old van. Don't lie, I chucked you a 10. Evening Stokesy, welcome. Titan, with the rain, you're sweet unless it's torrential. If it's light rain, you're more than fine. Just means you have a bit more that tries to stick to the surface, which means more brushing if it's stone. Yeah. Just watched Weird Jet Washing's done a driveway with a flat surface cleaner, just saying. Yeah, I did see that as well. He's in the Discord now. I mean, he must get good results. He must. I'm yet to see. I think I just need to change the jets on the surface cleaner, change my triple bar down to a twin bar, so I've only got 2 nozzles instead of 3, and just give it another go on the 18-inch. Give it another go on the old 18 inches. Stephen, welcome. just started another driveway and pressure washing today, and patio pressure washing today. Probably take about 3 to 4 days to complete, but loving it. It's all down to following your expert tips and helpful information for us new. I'm guessing you meant new people, but it cut you off, didn't it? Stephen, I'm very happy that you're finding a little bit of success with it, mate. Well done. Stay consistent. That's all I'll say. Hope you're great. Work recently. Love seeing the pics. Oh, nice. Thanks, Mark. Just quickly setting up my gutter inspection cam. Nice. I didn't get on too well with like the gutter inspection stuff. I used this camera on top of the mount that goes on top of the gooseneck thing, and to be fair, it's probably because I had a flexi gooseneck, and it's not so great for having like a steady image, whereas I can imagine the stiff carbon fiber gooseneck would be better for mounting a camera onto. I've never thought of that until this point, so you make a good point. Anyone used a power broom for artificial grass? I know that Curbside Cleaning does. Ryan from Curbside, he does. I only use Titan on Indian sandstone. I did spill some water in the tub last time we used it and found it was much better to move around. You spilt some water in the tub? I mean, occasionally we'll, you know, all the excess that you brush up at the end. You know when you've done like 50 odd square meters or whatever, and then you brush up all that dry excess and you've got a pile of it. Stick it back in the tub, stick a bit of water in it, mix it up again, and carry on using it. It just saves all that extra stuff going to waste. You can also, like, if you've done 15 to 20 square meters and you're brushing up, and it's time to start brushing that first section, you can just put that into a new tub of Titan and just mix it with the new stuff. What's Titan? It's a good question. It's this jointing compound, but it's super strong epoxy stuff, so it's not like your regular cheap stuff that you buy from like Wicks and stuff. It's nice, and no, I'm not going to give too much away right now because I'm not ready to talk about it yet, but there's stuff in the works. Things are coming. What's the best way and the best stuff to clean and repoint and seal honed sandstone? You're probably going to want biocide, because any honed surface you're going to struggle to clean it. The algae and the lichen would have absorbed so deeply into the stone that you're going to need to finish off with a biocide treatment. Clean and repoint. I've never sealed a honed surface, but I'm assuming you'd want some sort of wet look sealer, because that would make it look absolutely stunning. Repointing's just the same as any other surface. Nexus Titan, I'd imagine. I saw your videos that you had a metal flow chemical regulator for your XJet. What should I search to find this online? It's called the switch tip, mate. That'll be the new video that just dropped, I would have thought. So you're going to want to go to Rutland Pumps and type in switch tip. That one there. And you can also, if you need the actual chemical injector, so this is the proportioner that you can change. And if you need the thing that actually sprays the stuff, you can get the ProJet, which is that little bit there. And that comes with the hose, and it comes with the proportioners, but if you get the switch tip, you won't need those proportioners. Oh, it comes with a 5 meter suction hose. Oh, that seems long, doesn't it? Yeah, please like the stream if you enjoy this sort of stuff. That'd be very helpful. Should we see if Matt's about? I've got a funny video to show you. Michael, thank you so much for becoming a member. Very kind of you. You're a boosted member as well, so now you get access to all those images. Well done. Thank you so much. Do you want to see a funny video of someone hassling my friend? My friend. It's our friend. It's Sophie's friends, really, originally, and then I stole them off her. They had a chap turn up at the door today trying to sell them a driveway clean. And he was fairly persistent. And like, she's just had a brand new fresh baby, and he just wouldn't leave her alone. I wonder if I can play this on the big screen. I can.
Sweet. Now, firstly, right, I'll explain what it is.
Yeah.
Firstly, we have your driveway looking back like this, right?
Yeah.
And see the few lumps and bumps.
Yeah.
I have a couple of men there that can pick them up and put them back down perfectly, right?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even charge you for that, right?
Okay.
And we put down a sealer then afterwards,
Yeah.
which goes into the ground, tilts everything underneath the surface. So when I get it looking like this, it'll stay like this.
Okay.
Usually, to get this tidied up would be about 700-800 quid, because this week,
Did he say 700-800 quid? Did he say usually to get this cleaned up it would be about 700-800 quid? That's pretty crazy. So basically, what you can't see is under that red car there's loads of bricks that are all wonky, and it's because the roots from the trees have come underneath the drive and disturbed all those bricks. And I was going to do it when I last pressure washed the drive. I was looking at it, but then I thought, I've dealt with this sort of stuff before, and the root system is just never ending, and it's always much more than what you expect when you pull the bricks up. And the roots would be so thick, you'd have to chop it all out, and it'd be an absolute nightmare. You'd probably end up killing the tree as well. I don't really know. But that's not a 700-800 quid driveway. It's probably 250 quid.
Yeah.
275.
275.
They have looking like everything. I mean everything.
Yeah.
From the very front,
Yeah.
to as far as we can go.
Wow. And sorting out those bricks.
Yeah, I'm going to have one of my colleagues to have a look at them, and he's a qualified block layer.
Okay.
And
He's a qualified. I just realised he said,
can't fix it.
I'm going to have my friend look at those. He's a qualified block layer. What does that mean? Hello. Thank you.
I just put a bit of vanilla in.
I can smell it.
Only a little bit.
Whew.
Tiny bit.
Thank you so much.
Just thought I'd give you a
Little kick, a little boost. My friend's a qualified block layer.
An hour at that.
Yeah.
And if he can't fix it, put it there.
Okay.
And I'll give him a half an hour at that.
Sorting out those bricks.
Yeah, I'm going to have one of my colleagues to have a look at them, and he's a qualified block layer.
Okay.
And I'll give him a half an hour at that.
Yeah.
And if he can't fix it, put it and I have 2 spare men.
Yeah.
And it's getting late in the evening, and if they still don't work, they're still getting paid.
Okay.
You know what I mean? There should be a lot more, as I said. And as I said, we don't accept any money until the job is absolutely to your perfection.
Yeah.
We won't accept any money until the job's absolutely to perfection.
At the end of the day, it's your home, not mine. You understand me?
It's your home, not mine.
I'll run and get him, and
Are you able to leave me something, and I can check with my husband when he gets back from work?
see, we're finished up in this area now.
Oh, I don't think I can.
What did he say? We're done in this area, so he can't leave you anything. He's got to do it right now because they're done in the area now.
Oh, I don't think I can. When he gets back from work?
See, we're finished up in this area now.
Oh,
We're finished up in this area now.
I don't think I can. I don't think I can make the decision now on the Friday.
You want to give him a call?
It's
Because
not
I
something I
won't-
could
I
do
won't- I
straight
won't
away
be back.
anyway.
I won't be back this evening.
I won't be
Oh.
back.
And
Have to leave it then.
next week will be, double the price.
Yeah.
And look, as you can see, we're a registered company.
I think he said next week it won't be the same price.
I'll be giving you every full receipts and everything for it. And for to call me a whole loan, it's 120 quid.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it, but it's not something that you just said, baby. It's not,
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah,
a
yeah,
priority,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
afraid.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
no, I appreciate it, but... I'll have
But
to
listen,
leave
if you want
now.
it done for present firm, right,
Yeah.
before he comes back, and he definitely won't kill me for this, for what we were going to do, I'll do it for 200.
200 quid.
I won't accept any money until
That-
you're happy.
Down from 275 to 200. He's so persistent. You can see she's there. She's got her hands full with the dog in one hand and a baby in the other. And he's so desperate to get it done, isn't he?
And this will be like we put down yesterday.
Oh, no,
You
I'm going to
think-
say no, I'm afraid. I'm going to take them on a walk now, but I appreciate you
Listen,
trying.
thank you, thank you anyway.
Thank you, take care.
That's I mean, she dealt with that really well. But imagine, you're right, you should have. Imagine that was like a little old lady, sort of on her own. I don't know how many times she said no then, but she made it very clear she weren't interested. And it's just like, what more do you have to do to get them off your property? You know what I mean? That's a shame, isn't it? You know, I bet you couldn't hear very well what he was saying because the audio wasn't great. But yeah, it's just very persistent. That's why I won't door knock. Yeah, but there's ways of doing it, and there's you can be super polite. You can door knock and just not even try and sell your service. Just hand them a leaflet and just say, "Hi, I'm in the area. Just have a look at the leaflet and let me know if there's anything you need," and just sort of leave it at that. There's a way of door knocking without trying to sell. Let's see if Matt's around because he might be waiting for me. I'm not sure what he's doing. We haven't really spoke since the weekend.
I thought this was bleach on his trousers as well.
Oh yeah, I keep wearing all my new clothes and getting bleach all over them.
But this is just chocolate or something, even though these are freshly washed. Boys, man. Dirty boys.
Dirty, dirty boys.
Who'd have them?
So you say that everyone has a Ring doorbell, but she can't just not answer because she was on the way out, she was on the way out the house, and I think they probably collared her because they spotted that. Love a good door knock, holy in hand, and a quick chat. Imagine knocking on someone's door and giving them now or never pitch. Yeah, I'd never do that. Like, I'd never fall for that. I'd never fall for now or never. Someone tried to do it when I went to look at a car the other day, and he pretended to be on the phone to someone. Like, he pretended to take a phone call, go off, and then come back to me. And he said, "I've got someone else from Leicester that is like ready to pull the trigger on the car. So you sort of need to let me know within the next 10 minutes whether you want it or not." I was like, okay. And I just said, I'll be in touch. Like, immediately I'm like, out. Like, stop it. I'm not interested. You don't need to do the whole thing. I either want the car or I don't. You're not going to convince me that it's a better car than it is. Like, I've looked around it. I've made my own opinion. You don't need to talk to me. Like, I've already figured it out whether I want to buy it or not. Anything you do is just annoying me and making me want to deal with you less. You won't door knock because of comment. It's nothing to do with your service. Yeah, I mean, I don't think people shouldn't door knock, but I think there's definitely a way of going about it. Show me some before and afters. Are the blocks weedy? Simon, welcome. You're right, mate. Jake gets you, but you need to be firm with these lads. Few houses on my road, they would do the patch test, then knock. See, that's scummy, that is. There should be some sort of legal action for that. If someone's pulling up onto your property and cleaning a bit of your drive and then knocking the door to say, "Hey, look at that, look how good that comes up. Do you want me to do the rest?" For 900 quid. It's like, you should be able to at least get their number plate and get them charged for some sort of... I know it's not criminal damage, but it's like similar sort of level, isn't it? It's an annoying situation because admittedly I only door knock and it works well, but I'm never pushy, and if they say no thank you, then I'm gone. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, if you could tell they're not interested, just say, I get the message, but can I leave you with a leaflet just in case you need anything in the future? And at least then you've done the thing, you've done the job of getting the leaflet through their door, I suppose. I tell the old people in my area, if anyone door knocks for business, tell them you're not interested. Too many scammers. Yeah, it's so easy to be scammed at the door.
Like me with the fresh wine bottles.
Darren says, bless you.
Oh, thanks. Did you hear me?
The HelloFresh wine bottles. Yeah, you got done, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
The HelloFresh lady.
It was a good deal.
It wasn't a good deal.
It was a good deal.
Explain.
Well, she came around selling HelloFresh, and I was like, "Oh, brilliant! I've already got it. Thanks, though." And she, "Oh, well, for customers that are already doing HelloFresh, we've got a good wine deal."
I drink wine.
I was like, "Oh, perfect!" And they were like, "Yeah, which ones would you want?" And I was like, "Oh, white, just white." And, yeah, I mean, I got three.
What was the deal? Three bottles of wine.
3 bottles of wine for just the delivery charge, which was £9.
I'm not sure. I could have got those bottles.
No, you couldn't.
In Tesco's.
No, you couldn't. Not for £3 each.
You definitely could. But then that wasn't the only bit. Didn't you sign up to like a subscription for it, and you had to cancel the subscription?
Yeah.
So that's where they get you.
Yeah, but I'm clever. I do that
You're
with
clever.
HelloFresh.
Yeah, you do. To be fair. Sophie's like ran out of emails to use for HelloFresh because she's signed up with so many different emails and different addresses, and they always figure it out.
We're on Gusto now, aren't we?
Yeah, we're trying Gusto.
We're scamming them.
Matt's here. Matt, I'm in the updating the camera app. I'm in the invite only chat if you want to just join that one when you're ready, mate. Here he is.
Hello.
Hello,
baby
matey.
Cakes.
Baby cakes? Jesus. Mate, we're live. You got to talk to me like you can't talk to me like you talk to me behind closed doors.
Right.
Right,
How's it going, son?
How's it going, son?
Need to sort my audio out because I hear it speaking.
You sound okay. Thank you for the coffee, Soph. Thank you.
Do I sound good?
Yeah, you sound fine, mate.
Do I sound good? Awesome. I
did have a bunch of little interesting videos to watch today, but I'm sure we'll get into it at some point.
Well, we can watch them together.
You want to?
Oh, why not?
All right then. Fine. How's last week for you? You've been doing all sorts of experiments, haven't you? And you look like
It's been an interesting week.
Go on, tell us about it.
I've got the camera working now. Let me
Here he is.
Hello.
Hello.
Right.
£9 for the bottles of wine is sensationally cheap. It's not when you end up paying like... That was probably the introductory rate, only paying delivery. And then you forget to cancel your membership and realise you've spent £6,000 on it over the last 12 months. How's your week been then? What have you been up to?
Oh, I did a nice granite drive and put some black volcanic grit in it.
Have you got pictures?
It came out lovely.
Because I was excited
I
to see
need
this
send them
one.
over. Yeah, let me get them sent over.
Where do you get black volcanic grit from? Was it like a permeable drive? Was that the reason for that?
Yeah. So it's permeable anyway, but I don't like grey and yellow sand together anyway.
Yeah.
So
grey blocks with yellow sand.
It just looks terrible to me. As an aesthetic choice, it just doesn't work. So there's a website called Specialist Aggregates, and they do it.
Had you considered before that? Had you considered the Pro Joint hard setting sand?
I have, because they do silver, don't they?
Yes, they do silver.
Yeah, being a permeable drive though, we wouldn't want to put hard setting in that.
I think it's permeable, that stuff.
Is it?
I think so.
Oh, interesting.
I might need to double check that. So is it the black volcanic sand, coarse or fine?
Yes. The fine is actually so the black volcanic sand fine is the one that I used because it is chunkier than they'd said on the site. I got a sample sent over of all sorts. The coarse was way too big and the fine was like 3 times chunkier than kiln dried.
So that's about the same price as the hard setting sand, to be fair. So it's not outrageous. If the customer wants a specific look, it's not crazy, is it?
I ordered a pallet of it. You get 16 bags for 190 quid.
Jesus, a pallet.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going to put that? Are you going to use it on other jobs, or have you used the whole thing?
They only come in 15 kilo bags, so for 32 quid, it's 15 kilos. So I needed something like 9 bags, and I was like, well, it's cheaper to get a pallet, and I've got some storage, so I just threw it in there.
I mean, to be fair, any grey driveway you come across now, you can just upsell that sand because you've got some.
Exactly. Yeah, and the thing is, it's like the job's paid for the pallet in a sense, so I could effectively put the other remaining bags in for a winning price. I'm not worried about making max profit on the materials.
Yeah,
because it's paid for itself.
Thank you, Luke, for not Luke. Who was it? I'm still promoting Joe's Jets. Thank you, Craig. Matt, what's your handle on like social media and stuff?
It's Onyx Exteriors Bristol for Facebook, or it's Onyx-Exteriors on Insta.
Onyx.
I can just send you a link if you want.
Exteriors. I think I've got it.
I'm gonna get these pictures sent over, so if it looks like I'm looking at my phone, it's because I am.
Looking to get the Clean 35-foot power pole. Has anyone bought one of these? No. I wonder if you can use the hex pole as a power pole. That'd be interesting, because that's anti-spin, isn't it? I wonder. Because that'll be idyllic. Because that's the one thing about my GVS power pole, is that it would be nice if it didn't spin. It's not a deal breaker, like, but
11.
over range. I wonder if they've got it in this bit.
Right, here we go.
Oh, wrong one. Hex pole, water-fed pole bundle. Oh look, they do the hex pole. They do it as a power pole. I guess it still mounts just the same, because it's not exactly a straight hexagon. It's still sort of round, so it'd still mount in the same sort of way. You can get a whole bundle from them here, look. So that's the hex design. I wish, on some of these websites where you just want to make the photo bigger when you click on it.
You not right click, open image in new tab?
Yeah, but it's just effort, isn't it? So you can see it's kind of hexagon shaped. And to have that as a power pole would be pretty sick. 30 foot, that's the bundle. What if you don't want the bundle? I mean, even the 50 foot's only 860. It ain't bad really, is it? Where have you sent the pictures, Matt?
I'm just uploading them into my PC and then I'll put them somewhere.
Oh.
If I share my screen on Discord, it'll only be in 720p, so I could just email them to you, I guess. And then you get maximum resolution.
Can you just send them on WhatsApp or in Discord or anything, no?
Yeah.
Can we talk about the thing you're working on, or would you rather keep that under wraps for a while?
Ooh. After our last discussion, I think, I think I've got some ideas, and getting it developed. So under wraps, but we can kind of give hints to what it might be.
I don't think we should, actually. I'm not sure we should. I don't want to ruin it.
Yeah, that's fair.
How about this thing then?
That is fair. What is that?
It's a walk-along flat surface. Wait, it's like a twin flat surface cleaner, but it's also got turbos on the side that does the curb, which I think is pretty sick.
That is pretty cool.
I haven't watched
a lot of water power for that.
I haven't watched this all the way through. Oh my god! Did you see that then going up the curb with all that water in the back?
That's what you want for a block paving. You want one of Rutland's like turbo-based surface cleaners on a drive-along tractor with a buffer tank.
Yeah.
To like drive backwards and forwards. Here they are.
That curb thing's pretty interesting. Does a good job by the looks of it.
Shall I just dump these into your WhatsApp?
Yeah, go for it.
It's like 40 photos. Because I went from not taking any photos to I can't stop taking photos.
There's also a water-powered Mossmatic, which seems a little pointless. Oh, did we discuss this last week? Did I show this on the stream before? I don't think I did, actually.
I joined a little bit late. You were doing Joe's jets last week, weren't you?
Yeah. This is a rotating brush that's got like a water tank connected to it, by the looks of it. Oh, that's a carpet cleaner, isn't it? Okay.
Pretty much.
I thought this was a tool designed for this job, and it's just doing a very bad job. But I think it's just a carpet cleaner that someone's using on their driveway. It's not even getting the moss out. You can see the moss is still in the joints. It's pretty funny.
It looks like it's painting the surface, but it's just spreading mud everywhere.
Yeah. Can we?
It's one way to.
Can we have a harness for lances, like when using a strimmer? I think you can get the cheaper aluminium poles, the roof cleaning poles, do come with like harnesses to go around your neck.
Tell you what I've been looking at for poles is Gardner have a like a handle attachment.
A handle attachment.
Yeah, it's like a handle you attach. It's just like a holding handle, like a
Control
like
handle.
a guide. Yeah, control handle. That's the word.
Oh yeah.
I saw on like a forum that someone was like using one. He was like, "Yeah, I just got 2 of them. Makes catastrophic faces easy."
I suppose holding it sideways instead of like, I suppose that could help actually. Just freeing up your hand and just putting your hand in a slightly different position when it's in the same position for so long could certainly help.
Yeah, help with like the scrub as well if you're doing GSF.
Yeah,
because you're not having to grip hold of a pole that gets slippery and stuff. You've got like a dedicated like handle that you can like it changes the center of the gravity of the pole so it'd be easier to handle.
Yeah. Let's have a look at these pickies. You sent 40 photos.
I just grabbed them all.
So this is, that's a stone wall top. Is that a granite driveway?
Bath stones top and a granite driveway. Yep.
Render as well. I can see why you'd want to not put yellow sand on this.
Yellow would look so bad.
Yeah.
Like you kind of got to gauge it with the customer as well. Like the customer's he's a really cool guy. Really kind of down to earth, chill, and he cares about the property. Like he's had that cleaned a few times over the years. You can tell by just the way like they've laid out the drive and things.
Yeah.
And So it's like, yeah, he wants it aesthetically looking good. So there's no way I'm putting yellow sand in there.
It looks like it's come up really well. How did you clean it?
So I tried the flat surface cleaner and ditched that off after the first 3 meters.
Why? Why would you do
It
that?
does not work.
Did you not know flat surface cleaner on block paving is like the only thing that works?
It was after, is it Washy who was saying that he gets it to work? And I was like, right, I'm going to adjust mine and I'm going to give it a go. And it just didn't work, so I turboed the lot. But being granite, you've got to be careful you're not stripping the top layer off as well. So I wanted more control by being able to hold the lance.
Yeah.
So even if it did work, I probably would have went back to the turbo anyway.
So the idea is, the people that have been sending me these videos is that use a small surface cleaner. So if you've got like a 21 litre per minute machine, you could get away with a 21-inch flat surface cleaner. But ideally, you'd want like an 18-inch, a smaller surface cleaner, the sort of better cleaning power you've got. And then you'd also fit the 15-degree fan jets, which would concentrate that jet of water into a tighter area. So it's going to be better for stripping weeds. And also, you're going to lower the bar on your flat surface cleaner or adjust the wheels so that the whole thing sits further down.
Yeah.
And there's a way you can do that on the BE surface cleaners, I think. But I've done all those things and still couldn't get it to work. But admittedly, that's on a 21-inch flat surface cleaner because my 18-inch has 3 jets instead of 2. And I think that could be hampering it as well.
Yeah. I think... So obviously the turbo is conical, so I believe it's got a ball inside the nozzle, which as the water feeds through, the ball kind of spins, and that creates the...
It's like a little...
like vortex.
Do you know like a shuttle? A shuttle?
Yep.
It's kind of like that. It's not necessarily it's not a ball. It's more like a long, elongated thing that twizzles like that.
Yeah, so it forces the water out in a conical fashion, which gives it the power. A surface cleaner is just 2 fan jets rotating.
Yeah.
They don't have the same power that conical can produce.
And also the turbo nozzle is a pencil jet. It's a very focused pencil jet that's just moving fast.
Yeah. It's moving so fast that you don't really etch anything.
Yeah. AC pressure washers, welcome. Sorry.
Yeah, I think there are some cases where a surface cleaner is going to work with block, and some people are quite happy to just go over with the surface cleaner, and any moss or anything they'll hypo it out, and if that works for them, it works for them. I can't leave that in there.
No,
I've got to strip it all out. It's got to be pristine. I mean, that entire driveway, what was it, like 50 square meters, 60 square meters or something? I got there, the machine was on by 9:30. I was still there at 5 p.m. I was getting right in there, every little last nook and cranny. It was really bad with moss.
Hang on. For the driveway?
For that driveway, it took me 6-7 hours.
What?
Yeah. It doesn't look that bad in the pictures, but moss was clinging on. I was hitting it at about 140, 150 bar, and it just wasn't touching it. I tried to go a bit powerful, but you could see it was like stripping some of the top layer granite and exposing like the surface, and I was like, I don't want to do that, so I was being nice and slow, and careful.
That does sound like too much time on that drive, to be honest.
It was. You see that oil stain where you got the moss all around the edges and stuff. It was in there deep. It just was not coming out. Mm-hmm. So,
but you certainly done a thorough job.
Did too.
Was the drainage okay?
The drainage sucked, so there was also that. But I've got my sump pump and lay flat, which was working fine.
Sump pump.
Yeah, it's like a trash pump.
Is that like a submersible?
Yeah,
dirty water pump.
The things. Yeah, dirty water pump with like the float on top. Yeah, it was a bit of a pain of a job to clean. The oil stain had 4 hits with Synergy, neat, and 2 hits with oil clear, and it barely touched it.
Yeah, I can imagine Granite. Well, to be fair,
It's tucked in there, and it was silver. It did not fade it at all.
yeah, from the research I've done, apparently Granite isn't very porous. You can drop water onto the surface and it will pull because it's not porous.
Yeah,
but
it sucks in viscous liquids. I don't know why.
Right. Okay. I suppose
like
oil's probably a little bit different. It behaves a little bit different to water, doesn't it?
So where you've got your mouse over, that is the oil stain that you saw in the previous picture.
Yeah.
And the stain next to it was actually a fresh stain that day, because this is when I came back to resand, and I got that one out straight away because his car was leaking. But that's as faded as I can get after about 4 hits of Synergy and 2 hits of oil clear.
Yeah.
The second oil clear went down for about an hour and a half. I just kept with a little paintbrush, keeping it moving, keeping it wet.
Cedar says, you guys do realise that granite is a hard stone. On the Mohs scale, it's like 7-ish. Yes. However, this is like a composite granite. So you can, if you go in with a turbo nozzle, for example, you can literally feel the surface of the granite hitting you back against the face. It's happened with things like a composite cast sandstone windowsills. You know those big stone sills. If you go too close with the nozzle, with like a fan jet, you can feel that it's stripping the surface because all the little granules are hitting you back in the face. And there's a similar sort of thing happens to granite. You can etch granite. If you were to go in too hard with the surface cleaner, you can leave streaks. So it's
I dialed it right back after doing a few tests. There is. Did I take an image of where it starts stripping the surface?
You are right. Granite is like insanely hard, which is why it's so impressive that they built parts of the pyramid out of it. But it's even like
it's composite, isn't it?
Super difficult to cut as well. But this isn't like a raw granite slab that's been chopped into block pavers.
It's like reformed, isn't it?
Reformed. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's reformed. It's like granite dust compressed together. Basically, I don't know. I'm not an expert on how they make the things. I clean the stuff.
I'm happy to give you a crash course, Jake. Get yourself a twin bar flat surface cleaner. Craig, I will. I know. It's well overdue. I need to do it. Thank you so much. Why doesn't go on
Craig drive out to you and you both do a driveway on video?
Because he's in Manchester.
Yeah, he can drive.
That's a good point. We should do a little competition. Who can do the drive? Because it's not just about efficacy. That you're using the flat surface cleaner, so it speeds the job up. But my argument is, this is my whole argument, right? If I'm gonna have space taken up in the van with a big flat surface cleaner, because I'm going to take it to every single job with me, because it's going to be great on any patio that I get to, and it's going to be great on any block paving that I get to. Because I'm very selective about when I put the flat surface cleaner in the van. If it's a block paving job, I just won't bother anymore because it's just taking up space in the van. But if it works, even if it works on some drives, but not others, and you still have to go over most of them with a turbo nozzle anyway, what is the point? You're literally doubling the work. If you go over that whole drive, and H2O do it as well for some reason, H2O restorations, they will, I think, they'll either flat surface clean first or they'll turbo first, put the hypo down, and then flat surface clean afterwards. I can't remember which one they do first, what order they do it in, but they do both. And I don't understand it. I feel like it's just doubling the workload.
Yeah. I found I did more than a meter squared. I did probably 2 meters wide by the whole length.
Yeah.
And I found, and I didn't go back over that straight away. I continued with the turbo up to the thing. And when I went back, that whole area was just coated in moss. So I had to go over it anyway in the same vein. Yeah, you can see that picture there with the close up. You can see it starting to take the surface off.
I didn't see. Hang on, you're a bit behind on the stream.
Yeah, there. That's the one. You can see how like little yellowy bits are coming through.
Oh, I'm not too sure. But that volcanic sand looks incredible. That looks so good.
I could not. I've got a video of it. I could not get the video to translate it. There is little grains of silver and like blue in the sand. So as you move around it, it twinkles, catches the sun. There's like blues, silvers, and black sparkles.
That is lovely.
And the granite has the granite itself has like you've probably seen like a sparkly granite surface.
So that was literally perfect for that drive.
Oh yeah, driving. I went. Funnily enough, I did a gutter job today on the neighbour's house because they asked me to do it, and I went back and it was all dry. Everything was there, and it was just like, oh my god, I did that.
Did you have to wet it afterwards? Have you only sent me one picture of all those pictures? Have you only sent me one that's got the sand in it?
Nope. Pretty much.
Oh no, that last one. Yeah, I can see now. Sorry.
Yeah, they've gone in reverse.
But yeah, just having the sand sparkling as well. That's that's a lovely bonus, isn't it?
Yeah, it's he was happy. I was happy. Everyone was happy. I had a bit of a situation with him because the Synergy stained his render after doing the gutter soffits.
Really?
Which I've never had before. Usually I rinse everything first before applying any chemical. That's what you're meant to do. Cleaned up the soffit fascia, Synergy 20:1 like usual. Everything was fine on the day. Returned the next day because I did the gutter soffits on the Monday, and then Tuesday was the driveway. And he pointed up saying, "Is there anything you can do about that?" And I was like, "What's that? Like, that's a bit confusing." I put some Synergy on it, wouldn't touch it, and it was like really, really stained on there.
So you went back over it again with Synergy?
Went back over again with Synergy, didn't touch it. So got to the end of the day, rang Pure Seal, got their advice, and they were like, yeah, you should just have to clean it down with more Synergy. So I went back the next day and I put on a 5:1 layer of Synergy, wouldn't touch it. I ended up going neat. That got rid of it. But
really?
Of course, that left a line in the rest of it, so I ended up cleaning the whole front of the house on the render free of charge just to clear it. It only took me an hour and a half. It wasn't, I'd rather do that than leave it.
Yeah.
But that's the first experience I've had with Synergy making a mark. It wasn't like any coloured marks. It was almost like when you get like water dribbling down and it doesn't stain it. It's just, it looks like that, but it was actually dried on and caked on.
I reckon that's like whatever the surfactant is in the Synergy, because I've had surfactant marks left on patios and stuff when in the olden days when I didn't used to rinse my hypo off because I didn't know you really had to. There would be surfactant marks left over, and it looks like damp patches. And that's probably similar to what it was.
It most likely was. It was just a bit scary. It wasn't coming out. But yeah, we got it out in the end. And yeah, it involved giving a whole free render clean. But hey ho, he's happy.
That's pretty crazy.
And he took up my idea of the maintenance plan. So I've got him on maintenance. So I'm going back in October to bio the drive. So there's that.
Well done for sorting it though, because a lot of people would have just been like, whoops, and sort of ran.
I refuse to leave customer a problem. So I build Onyx on customer service. So I said to him, like, you're not paying me until that's resolved.
Yeah.
And if that came to like an insurance claim, then so be it. I would have rather cleaned that render free of charge on the front than just said, "Oh, it's a surfactant stain. It's not like it's going to cost you more," because that doesn't sit well. It's like I've caused the problem. The product I've used that I've used countless amount of times around render has caused the problem.
Yeah.
And it's up to me to resolve it, because the last thing I want is him to give me a bad Google review, because that just damage the reputation.
Yeah.
And for the sake of a backpack full of synergy in an hour and a half of time to clean the front of the house, like that's worth it to me.
Yeah. Have you made one of those little toys with ChatGPT yet?
Made one of those little toys?
Do you not know what I'm talking about?
Is it something we've spoken about before?
No.
Oh, that! Oh, yeah, no, I haven't done that yet.
Have you got selfies and stuff? Because I want to make one for you.
You want to make one? Just take a screenshot of me now.
Yeah. My sister put it in my comments about how to do it. Because there's loads of people asking me how it was done.
Yeah.
And I just sort of wanted to show people on here because
that's quite funny. Yeah.
I haven't actually done it myself because my sister sent it to me. Someone commented
it's funny how
saying
it doesn't look anything like you.
Yeah, I know. Someone commented saying is not impressed the ladders aren't wonky.
Who's that person? VIP them. VIP them.
Wonder if I can do it here. Create a photorealistic action figure of the person in these photos. I wonder if I don't even know if I'm going to be able to find an image of myself. To be fair, I should have loads on my computer because I'm always taking selfies, aren't I? Oh, I wonder if I can do it.
A mix of George Michael and Ali G.
Yeah, that is. Oh, I wonder if I can do one of Steve Shire's. That'd be pretty funny.
Why have you got selfies of Steve Shires? Oh, right, from the
It's for my thumbnail.
From your YouTube thumbnail.
Oh, I've done too many. I've attached too many pictures today. Oh, damn it! I wonder if I can do a link. Oh, there it is. Nice. Open image in new tab. I wonder if I can just do it from that. Is it going to do it? Could you please upload a higher resolution image? Damn it! No!
Oh, you have to wait for your timer.
Yeah. No, sorry. Okay, they can still do it. They. Like it's a thing. I think it can still do it. It's just not going to be a very good one because it's low resolution.
Well, that's funny.
So I think it's going to be... I think it's going to be my equipment, but with Steve Shire's face. So this should be good. Mix of George Michael and Ali G. That's funny. Any stains like that, use a weak mix of brick acid with water on the render. It gets water stains off. I'd be so scared to use brick acid on render. That sounds...
Yeah, it was nothing to do with that. The brick acid won't touch what it was. What it was.
Mm. While we're waiting for that to go, I've got some more images. I've got some more videos. Let's have a look. Have you seen the roof brush?
Roof brush. No. That's my immediate answer.
It's
Sash and Baron Smout.
how about this? How about that for a roof cleaner?
I got like 15 seconds delay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, damn.
I have no idea how this isn't just stripping the tiles off this roof. How on earth is it controlled enough to do? Those are little like clay tiles by the looks of it as well. How can it do it so delicately?
Little like polypropylene brushes.
But even so, like it looks like the arm might have a bit of suspension on it, so it won't press too hard against the roof.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a sensor to say how many kilos of pressure is being applied as well.
Yeah. But I mean, they've probably just done that in what, half an hour?
Probably less, yeah.
That'd be pretty fun, to be fair, but it's only going to work on flat tiles, isn't it? I wonder how effective that is. I'd like to see a high quality video of that. That's pretty insane. How's our chat GPT?
I recently bought a power broom attachment to get through block paving resands quicker.
Oh, Squeaky Clean Dave's done that. How did you find it?
Yeah. Okay, so I set a timer. I left my front door. I got in the van. I went over and picked up some kiln dried sand. I then drove to the customer's house. I resanded about 100 square meters of block paving. Finished it all up and then drove home in an hour and 27 minutes.
That's pretty good.
Not
for
bad.
one person as well. Yeah.
One person, and that's going from here 15 minutes to Travis, another 15 minutes to the customer's house, and then 10 minutes driving home.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like half an hour of travel. So yeah, an hour to resand, not bad, and still walk around with the customer to sign off the job. So
do you find that it's flick sand everywhere and it's quite unruly, or do you think it's actually like controlled enough to use it frequently?
It doesn't flick it outwards; it's all in front of you, and because it's on a split shaft strimmer, you can feather the throttle so you can give it as much power as little power you want.
Okay. And would you
In fact,
say
I put a little video of it up?
Would you
I'll
say
send you the video?
Yeah, where can I on WhatsApp again?
Made it no, it's on my unlisted YouTube. I can WhatsApp it to you.
Yeah, just send me the link or something. Would you say that it's difficult on the old arms? Would you say it's like hard to hold on to? Does it get?
Nope, it was very easy. So I've got like the harness that holds it to you anyway. So it's very it takes the weight off, and if you put the harness in the right spot, it can effectively counterbalance.
Okay. Sorry, I've just been distracted by the Steve Shires.
I just saw that. It kind of looked like bring it back up.
Oh, that's brilliant.
It's like what's his face? The guys from Shaun of the Dead. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost combined.
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, that is. It's a young
it's
Steve
Nick
Shires.
Frost in Simon Pegg's body.
It's a young Steve Shires with a beard, maybe. That's pretty funny. But yeah, that's the prompt if anyone wants it. Just there. Create a photorealistic action figure. And you can attach reference images. You could. It recommends doing like 3 or 4 reference images of your face and body, and then it'll just do that for you. I was thinking about using this to create some sort of potentially help me create some thumbnails, but I'm not sure whether it'll be frowned upon or not. I'm not sure whether it's going to encourage people to click on the video or not.
I quite like your thumbnails because you take a interesting screenshot and then put your text over the arrow, and it's always It's always got me intrigued to what's going on.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good feedback.
Before I kind of knew who you were, like that's what led me to click on your videos more often than not.
All right. That's good to know. Do either of you two use drain covers? Why would we want to cover a drain? What do you mean, Nathan? Trying to cook a T-bone the same time as you're typing. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh, he's cooking a T-bone steak.
Oh, you're cooking and you're trying to type in the chat at the same time. Oh, okay. I see. I thought you meant I don't know. I don't know what I thought you meant. So this is Matt using a power broom.
I'll answer that in a second.
Sounds like a race car.
I was trying to film and use it one-handed, so it is a bit smoother and easier to control than I make it seem.
It looks like it does a very consistent job. It leaves the joints very consistently the same.
Yeah.
And it leaves the joints as you'd want them for like sealing.
Yeah.
I don't know,
So I
of
was
me...
trying to go diagonal as best as I could.
Yeah.
Like I was using it as a I want to get the sand in and covered ASAP, and then I can top up with a brush. And then I also bought a power blower attachment. Where's that video? The power blower video was very difficult to film one-handed, but I will send it to you.
So I can see how this would get the majority of the sand into the joints quickly. Yeah. And it'll save like just you pushing the sand across the face of the slabs, especially on, I mean, these are super smooth clay block pavers, aren't they? Yeah. But on like rough concrete weathered block pavers, you'd actually find that there's a huge difference in resanding a smooth block paver compared to one that's been weathered, just with the friction.
Yeah. It sucks. This just takes all the effort out of the pushing a broom around.
But I think you'd still need to tidy it up afterwards with a manual broom, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I did. But it was hardly any work.
So for a big area, that could really be worth it. Do you think it's worth pulling out for anything under, like, say, 40, 50 square meters?
If it was a single or double car driveway, it's not really worth it because 2 bags of sand are going to go in really quickly with a broom. If you're doing like that was 6 or 7 bags of sand into that driveway, and a long distance, like very long runs, it just makes sense to do it.
Yeah.
You kind of pick and choose when you're going to whip it out, basically, but...
Jake on a power broom at 6:30 a.m. today on a Sunday would give YouTube comments a meltdown. That's true. Welcome, Strack. How you doing?
So to answer Gleamguard,
yeah.
I have the Eskeed split shaft trimmer, multi-tool, and then that is the Buco power broom attachment.
So that started life as a strimmer and you turned it into a power broom.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And then the second video I sent you is the power blower.
Hang on.
Which was quite fun.
Where's the power blower?
In your WhatsApp. This video isn't the best because trying to hold the blower, control the blower, and hold the phone while blowing one hand was not fun.
Mate, it looks like you've got a jet engine. What the hell is that?
That's basically what it is. Yeah, the video is not perfect, but you can hear the sound.
It's even making the air around you ripple because of the.
Yeah.
It looks like you're literally getting pulled along by a jet engine. That's so funny.
That was blowing at like 200 miles per hour. I was hovering it far over the surface. It was barely even like pointed at the ground.
And is that the same strimmer attachment?
Yeah.
That's bloody brilliant.
So
you've got one machine that does so many different things.
It does hedge trimming, standard grass trimming. It's got a chainsaw attachment. I've now got the power broom and that attachment and a brush cutter. So it's a 6-in-1 currently for me.
That's pretty nuts. Would you honestly, would you use this over a normal leaf blower?
Yes.
Really?
Again, if it was a small, like 2-car driveway, just a little handheld, it's quick to pop in the van. But for that speed, for that power, it's worth it.
That's nuts, mate. It's cool that you're experimenting with stuff though, because if you didn't, you'd never know, would you?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, my mum's got quite a large driveway. I can't even remember how big it was. It's ridiculously long, and every year it's lined with trees. So the trimmer is for the hedge trimmer and stuff like that. But I originally bought the brush to get all the leaves and dirt and moss and everything off the tarmac drive.
Yeah.
And then that blower just helps everything else. And I was like, I could be resanding driveways with this.
Yeah.
So that's what I started doing.
Bargain.
So
Multi-tool.
Yeah. So it started life as like a home tool, and now it's business.
I knew this would happen. Can I go for a wee while you read the chat a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
You sure?
Yeah, no, you carry on.
All right, I'll
We're
be
used
back
to
in
this.
2 minutes.
Fastest Tesla in the West. All right, chat. We're alone at last. Riot. So Nathan, do we use drain covers? Explain what you mean for drain covers. Are you talking to stop like chemicals go down the drains? That's what I'm going to guess. Would you recommend using the broom on a 50-meter squared drive? Yes. Honestly, if I had a bigger van than a caddy and I didn't have to take the broom apart, so I could just hang like the whole thing up, I would probably use it on a 1-car driveway, or 2-car driveway. But the fact that I have to disassemble it, it's not worth it for that time. So that's the only reason why I'd say I wouldn't use it currently on a smaller driveway.
But
all good. So we got an answer from Nathan to prevent chemical runoff entering. So this is a question that came up in the Discord from Nathan the other day about chemical going down the drain.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very difficult question to answer because there's a lot of variables and a lot of grey area. So no one really wants to commit to an answer.
That's a good point.
You should never let any chemical, go down a roadside storm drain. Doesn't matter what the chemical is. Like, that is flat out illegal. You're not licensed to do so. You don't have permission to do so. So if it's a roadside drain, don't put your hypo rinse off down it.
Could you say the same about the muck and the dirty water from driveways legally washing towards the street and allowing all that dirty water to go down into the drain? I'm pretty sure that's deemed as illegal as well, but how are you going to police that, really?
That isn't as bad. As long as you've not got chemical in or anything in it, then, runoff is going to come off people's drives into that. The fact that you're turning up with a chemical is the problem. You're putting something down to then rinse it off. It's like, that's slightly different to, cleaning it. You shouldn't let, all the sand and silt and stuff go down because you don't want to block up the roadside drain.
There was a company a while ago.
The dirty water.
There was a company that was advertising saying that they collect all the dirty water after every one of their jobs that they put down onto the driveway, clean the driveway. They collect all the dirty water. They don't allow any runoff. Something like Purple Rhino or something. I can't remember what the business was called.
Yeah.
But everyone was just calling them out for absolute bullshit because there's no way you could actually do that. Like
if they had a system to do it, then fair play to them. Like, that is it's what you're meant to be doing.
It is. I can see it. Purple Rhino cleaning systems. Yeah, I think this is it.
To extend on that answer, though, if you're rinsing off like hypo from a customer's drive, rinse it towards their flower beds, their grass, anything like that. Keep it within their property, but really make sure it's dilute. Pre-rinse all the grass and the flower beds and everything. Once the hypo is dilute from your water and it hits like the pre-wet bed, it's not as volatile. It's not a problem. It breaks down. At that point, it's you've already got the plants drinking up the pre-soaking water, so they're not going to drink in the hypo water. Just keep it rinsed and put it on their flower bed, basically. Try not to let it go down any drains.
I'm not sure whether it was this company or not. It might have been a different one. I'm sure it was called Purple Rhino. This is mainly roof cleaning by the looks of it.
I mean, I've got the trash pump for that reason, so I can try and divert pooling of water to grassy areas where possible.
I think when Mike was on the stream and we were talking about it, he says with things like biocide, even just like washing out your containers and stuff, you can just do it onto some stones because it's not.
Bio breaks down in soil.
Yeah.
It doesn't linger and stay around.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find this. Doesn't matter. I just went on a bit of a tangent then, didn't I?
But it's like, yeah, I'm not a chemist and I'm not an expert, so it's not, legal advice, I guess I could say.
Where do eco drains lead compared to storm drains? That's a good point. I have no idea. So the eco drains on someone's property, I would have thought they went into the property waste drains, which end up in the same sewers that the storm drains go into. But I have no idea.
Yeah, most outside drains do that.
Driveways now meet regulations to have an eco drain between the drive and the path. It's illegal to have a driveway run onto the public pathway. But generally, you'll find that those eco drains don't actually go anywhere. They're not plumbed into anything.
Yeah.
It's literally just a gully.
Away or something. Straight into the ground.
But also, new builds now will generally have permeable driveways, so the water wouldn't actually reach the bottom. It would just soak through the block paving and end up underneath the property. It's I think it was designed because houses built on a hill, all the water from that hill would end up on people's driveways and stuff down towards the bottom. Whereas now, because they're all permeable driveways, all the water from the hill gets spread across each one of the driveways and it dissipates before it can get to the bottom. I think that's the idea. Smelty's Mudsucker got some right grief. Oh, mate, the comments on that video are hilarious. Did you see that one?
What's that one?
My Mudsucker video.
No. Is that a short?
Yeah. It's mainly TikTok where people are ripping into me about it.
I'm not. I rarely go on TikTok.
It's because
we've got ourselves a classic soak away situation where there is actually a drain in the corner here, but it doesn't really go anywhere.
It's a little block drain.
Oh yeah, sorry, I did see that one.
Yeah,
there somewhere. So I'm going to whip.
And because I'm sending brown water, there's no sludge in it, by the way. There's no muck or thick stuff in it. It's literally just the water. Because I'm sending it onto the grass, people have got triggered by it.
Yeah, I mean, it's TikTok. Well, it's internet comments.
And they're all telling me like you've ruined the grass and you're gonna flood that corner of the garden and the customer will be fuming, and it's like,
I can guarantee you that pretty much anybody who says that, if you were working for them, they won't even point that out.
No, I mean, you can see
if one of those commenters was this house and you were doing that onto their grass, they probably won't even bat an eyelid.
You can see in the last frame, the grass looks fine. It's all just absorbed into the grass, and What is grass? What is the lawn made out of?
Mud.
It's mud.
Wet
So
mud.
if you put in brown water on it, that's going to absorb in. Even after a rainfall, it's going to look perfect. It's not. It's not going to kill
People
the
are
grass.
so worried about the wrong things. They're absolutely worried about the wrong things.
Jesus Christ! All over the lawn. Why didn't you put it into a bucket? God, the amount of water, the amount of trips with the bucket. Not to mention, there was nowhere for me to carry a bucket. That like there was no other drain to put it down.
Yeah, so if you were to put it into a bucket, you're going to put it down a drain. So you're putting all that silty water into a drainage system, which could potentially block it. By putting it on the grass, you haven't caused a problem.
And there's people saying, why not put it into the flower beds instead of the grass? Those same people would have still commented if I'd have put it in the flower bed. They'd have said, why didn't you put it on the grass instead of the flower bed?
You've got to be careful what I say. But people commenting on things clearly have no other things to do with their free time.
Yeah, and they're such professionals.
That's all I can say. That's all I can say. They probably don't do the job we do. They might do a fantastic job in whatever field they work in, but they might also do the same kind of problems that I'd look at and go, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Because that is life at the end of the day.
And you know what it is for me?
Yeah.
I've got I shouldn't say it out loud, but I've got a bit of a word that triggers me. The word cowboy gets thrown around so often. And I personally feel like I couldn't be anything further from a cowboy. Yet I get called a cowboy every day in my videos. And it's like... Yeah. It's such a lazy term to use, and it winds me up to no end. And I shouldn't be putting this out there because people are going to start calling me a cowboy now. Take the piss.
Yeah.
A year ago, I was just getting into pressure washing, roof and exterior cleaning, landing my first £200 to £500 jobs, spent 2024 building up and saved enough to buy a van and lease a pressure washing rig. Nice.
Hey.
Now we're set to earn as much this month as we did over all of last year, over 20 grand. Huge thanks for the inspiration and all the helpful videos. We're only
Good
20.
job.
You're 20 years old and you're doing all that. That's insane. Well done.
That's £1,000 for every year of your age. That's awesome.
A 20 grand month is insane, mate. Well done. It's very impressive.
Yeah, that's insane.
I saw I think I saw a comment earlier on saying, have you got any regrets about starting a pressure washing business? Was it regrets? I can't remember how they worded it. I'm not going to be able to find it now because it was so long ago, but...
regrets, yeah.
I don't think I've got any regrets. I think... I'm also not sure if like niching down into Smelt's pressure washing, I think that's probably done me more favors than I think it has. Sometimes the advice I give to people is like don't pigeonhole yourself in, because you're going to have to offer things like gutter clearing in the winter when pressure washing dies off, and you're going to have to expand your services. But I think I'm getting more pressure washing work than window cleaning inquiries, for example, or roof cleaning inquiries. I don't know. I'm probably getting the work that I want to get because I am Smelt's pressure washing and not Smelt's exterior cleaning. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because if someone's typing in pressure washing Redditch, you're going to come up just from that in your name alone.
Yeah.
It is Redditch, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And so it seems counterintuitive because you want to cover all bases in the event that you get quiet, but I suppose it depends what you want to do and whether you intend to expand or not.
I mean, there's something to be said. It's about how you market yourself. Like, you can call your business anything and work in any field you want, and you can make it work by correctly marketing. Yeah, you've got like SEO that really helps, and it's that kind of passive side. But it's like, if you take Amazon, for example, using that as a comparison, like we know Amazon as, you log in, you buy whatever you want, and it comes next day. But Amazon has nothing to do, the name has nothing to do with a shop online. It's just a brand name.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's the way that the business and the company built itself up and marketed itself over time.
Yeah, so
they probably spent a long time getting there.
So it's got nothing. Amazon doesn't say online store, or anything like that. The name doesn't suggest online store. Whereas like something like Just Eat is clearly some sort of service that involves food, but like Amazon doesn't mention anything. Apple doesn't.
eBay.
Yeah. So I suppose. Yeah, that's a very good point.
How
I've never
you
thought
get
of it like
your.
that.
It's how you get your image out. Like that's why I'm trying to brand Onyx and move away from Onyx Exterior Cleaning. Just be like Onyx.
Yeah.
Itself, because at the end of the day, it's how I want to push it.
And it's good to do that early on, because when you get quite deep in and you start getting your van sign written and you start getting your business cards and your leaflets printed and you've got your website done and all your socials done and all your branding and your t-shirt and your hats and everything is based around this name of your business, and then a year down the line you just want to take a word off or tweak it ever so slightly, it sort of ruins everything you've done. And it's so hard to rebrand after you're what's the word, established. So it's it's good to spend a lot of time thinking about that I suppose.
I think I was having, I'm not going to say who because it really doesn't matter. I was saying this to someone in DMs yesterday. Like your brand and your marketing is just as important as the equipment you buy. You can invest thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds into equipment, but unless your name is getting recognized or you have a unique logo or brand name or something like that that gets seen, like that's going to be the bit that helps you push your business. If you could have a £100,000 van mount set up and have zero work, or you could have a really strong brand identity and a Parker pressure washer and have all of the work.
On that note, what do you think of this logo? I know it's going to take a couple of seconds to catch up.
I think I'm like 15 seconds behind. You want me to comment on this logo?
Yeah.
I'm about to destroy probably 50% of the Discord by saying what I think. This is not okay. I will comment, and I want to preface that it's up to whoever uses these kinds of logos to use it as they want. The problem I see with them is it's such a saturated thing. It's overused. You fall into the trap of being recognized for a logo that's not your company. And by that, I mean, take into example, like when I've been thinking about my branding in marketing things, I've always got like an image of like, say like an older couple. And it's like the guy goes to his wife, "Oh, what was that company that we saw the other day? Oh, that their logo, they did pressure washing. And it was like, their logo was like a roof in a pressure washing lance." And then they'll go on Google typing in pressure washing logo roof pressure washing lance, and like 30 companies will come up, and you could be like the fifth one down, and they'll click on the first four and go, "That was it, I remember," because that's the logo. They don't remember your name, and you end up advertising other people's companies by not being unique.
And crazy that I just remembered Rhino Exterior Cleaning from a post that I saw probably 2 years ago. And I just remembered it because it's different and unique, and it was purple, and it was Rhino, and it's just different.
Yeah.
And good or bad, I don't know. I don't know if they're
And Purple Rhino, you say Purple Rhino, I think, what the hell's that? And
strip club.
They go, we're an exterior cleaning company.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, if you're too close to another company in identity, then you're going to get lost in a sea of all the people that are doing the same thing.
Yeah, I just think it's a very generic logo, and this could be used for a roofer, it could be used for an exterior cleaner, it could be used for a window cleaner, it could be used for someone who replaces gutters, faces and soffits, it could be used for a builder. There's so many companies that have this logo on the side of their van, and I think it's just
humans are inherently more image based than word based, and what I mean by that is, how many times have you said to a friend, do you remember this guy? And they go, oh, I don't know him by name, but if I saw a face, I'd know.
Yeah.
And there's very little cases I can think of when you say someone's name and go, oh, I know the name, but no idea on the face.
Yeah.
Like, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, people are going to get the imagery is what people are going to recognize sooner than the wording.
Yeah.
And that's my honest opinion.
By the way, I'm not trying to suggest that we're doing it right. Just because I don't like that logo, it doesn't mean that I've got my branding on point, and same with Matt.
Yeah, someone's going to look at my logo and say that shit.
Where is your logo?
They're completely right.
Let's have a look at your logo.
They're completely right.
Oh, I can't bring it up. I think your logo actually looks good, but it's because I'm not saying it because you're here. Let me have a look. Let me pull it up.
Oh,
you want
there
it?
you are. I am. I need to update my Instagram. It's so bad.
There's your logo.
Yeah, there we go. Onyx is a bit easy to forget, and that's completely right.
I don't know. I think it's good.
I've got to put the legwork in to get the name known and people to know what it is. I mean, it's not the easiest to read logo. I've had that commented a few times, and that's completely fine.
And also, colours are very important, I think, when it comes to branding, and just having something that's ever so slightly different from everyone else. Because if you imagine most exterior cleaning companies, there's some sort of blue in there because it's water. And there's some sort of like splash or some sort of puddle, or it's very it's the go-to because it's obvious. And I think if you if you think outside the box a little bit and just create something that's a little bit different, it will make you a little bit more memorable, in my opinion. Yeah,
I went with slate blue, and I can't remember what the dark blue is meant to be.
Oh, if anyone wants to send their logos, by the way, that might be fun. Not that I'm in any position to be rating people's logos, but it might just be like a fun segment. If anyone wants to, how can we do it?
Send your logos so we can rip them apart.
How can we do it? Should we do it WhatsApp? That's probably the easiest way for people to do it because everyone's got WhatsApp.
I'll tell you what. If you're in the Discord, I can just make a channel for this evening only. Just submit your logo.
A lot of people might not be in the Discord though. I'm going to leave my phone number. 079. Is it? I mean, everyone can see my phone number anyway, so it makes no difference.
You're about to have all of the pizzas ordered to your house.
Right, I've put my number at the bottom of the screen there, and you can WhatsApp me on that number. And let's have a look at some of your logos if you fancy. I mean, you don't have to do it. Onyx hasn't got a landline number. What do people think? Do people think a landline number is
I don't
valuable?
Have a landline number, no.
Do we think it's valuable in this day and age? I've just realised you've got your logo on your t-shirt. Why didn't I spot that before?
Because the microphone was hiding it.
Oh, true. Do we think a landline is valuable and necessary?
It has its place. For me right now, it doesn't have its place. But a landline will have a place if you've got like an office space or something like that.
The way I see it when I'm driving around my hometown and I see vans, I instantly know whether they're local because of the first 5 digits of their number. Landlines, this isn't the 80s. I understand what you're saying. My landline, I don't even have a landline, but it just redirects to my mobile number, and I'm paying like £11 a month for the luxury of having an 01527 number. Landline matters with the over 60s. Yeah, that's probably very true.
Yeah, it has its place. again, if you've got like an office block, you've got lots of people working, you can have different extensions for different people.
Yeah. Okay, we've got lots of pictures coming in. I can see my phone blowing up. Should we have a little look?
Yes, do it.
This is a fun little segment. We should do this sort of stuff more often. Lucas messaged me saying, "Rate me, Shagsville." And he sent the worst picture ever. Luke, come on. Put some effort in, brother.
Yeah, you're gonna have to keep your WhatsApp off screen whilst you go through them, because someone's gonna send something weird.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very good point. Don't send me nasty pictures. Turbo tap. I like that. Professional exterior cleaning. Oh, he's got the logo at the top though. I think that's at least -2 points on that.
I want to preface this segment by saying, like, this is all in good fun.
Yeah. We are not.
No company is better than another. We're all on an even playing field.
Yeah. Luke, how are you getting on with that hose reel there, that trolley? Because I think that looks like a slightly beefier version of mine. So Turbo Tap, I like the name, although is the average person going to know what a turbo is? Or is it just us in the exterior cleaning industry that know what a turbo nozzle is? And is that going to... Actually, to be fair, nor does Rhino exterior... Like Rhino...
You're a pressure washing company, like Turbo Tap, like you're getting water down fast and pressurized. Like, it doesn't mean turbo nozzle as such.
Yeah, true. Yeah, fair enough. I like
the way the phone number is on there. That makes it very difficult for me to read. I don't know why. I'm not having a good time reading that phone number.
I think it's a nice place for the phone number to go.
I think it's a nice place. I think for me, if it was me, I think I'd put gaps in. So the first 5 numbers, gap, 3 numbers, gap, 3 numbers.
Yeah. I love the font. The font is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I do like it. And you've not just taken a generic logo and put your name across the front. You've thought about it. I like it. I think it's good. I like the colours.
I like the skull and crossbones style.
Yeah.
Like, that's cool.
What are we giving this one out of 10, everyone? Hose Trolley has been a beast, mate. Can't even lie.
We can't do that.
We can do it. We can do it.
Can we?
Yeah. I'm going to give this one... I'm going to give it a 6. Because there's room for improvement, and you've lost a couple of points for the generic bit on the top there, the little dormer, I'm going to give it a 6. It could be a 7. Let's go 6.5. What do you think?
Yeah. I was going to go for about 7.5.
Okay.
The things that let it down for me is the phone number was difficult to read, but that might just be a personal thing. And the list of services didn't really stand out on the door.
Okay. We're only rating logos, remember, though. We're not rating the overall value.
Oh, of course. The logo.
Right, sorry, how about this one, then?
Luke can handle that.
How about this one? I don't even know how to say that word. Plord. Exterior cleaning.
Plord.
Plord.
Plord, is that a surname or does that mean something? Or both?
So a few things off the bat. I'm going to be totally honest. Again, the generic house in the background. Not so keen. Not sure why we've got frost. I
was looking at... It's one of the better logos with the house.
Yes, it is. I like the neon. I think the neon's cool, although you're going to lose... The issue with the logo like this is it would be great for like a website or socials or something, but if you were to try and turn this into some sort of branded workwear, you're probably going to have to lose the whole top half of the logo and just have the text.
You're going to need the t-shirt to be the background color, because you can't just whack that on a white shirt unless you had like a nice frame for it to go in.
You'd probably have like a navy shirt or a black shirt, and then you'd
Yeah.
just have the white text then, wouldn't you? That was one of the things I was thinking about with my logo in particular, is I wanted to be able to edit it and it still looked the same, but edit it for different use cases. So I'd have like, oh, my computer's just like froze. Okay. I'd have the white and orange version against a black background, and then I'd have the black and orange version against a white background. And I've even got a navy one there as well, but I've done my sister's there as well. Look, yeah, it's good to think about the branding as well, where it's going to go. I'm giving this one a 3. Honestly, I'm not so keen on it, but there's no offense to Andrew. Me personally, I don't think it translates well.
So I keep saying the word plawed in my head because it's a really interesting word to me, and I don't know why.
I couldn't
so
even.
It's making me.
I couldn't even read it that well. Yeah, I couldn't.
So that is now sticking in my head. So that is a clever, whatever the word means. That's clever.
Oh, it's French and it's his surname. It was my Christmas logo. Okay, so you've got a separate logo for Christmas. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, the frost is confusing me. I get it now. It's a winter logo, so that makes sense. It's one of the better roof house things. I'd probably give that a 6.
A 6?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're gonna love this one. Now, there's so much going on here, right? Let's dig into this. Red and gold is an interesting choice. Not a choice that I would have gone with personally. If we take Rich's logo, for example, from HS Exterior, HS Pressure Washing, he's gone for gold.
That's Rich that works with you. Yeah.
Occasionally, yeah, but he's got his own business. He's gone for gold, but he's done it in quite a cool way where it is just sort of white and gold, and I think it works. I think that looks really
6.5.
good. It looks kind of posh.
Let's do it. Sorry, I'm reading chat.
That's okay. However, I think you can only put white and black with a gold logo like that. I don't think you can really do much else with it, which is why I think this one is falling short a little bit, because you've got red, gold, white, and black in this image, and I think it's a lot.
Yeah, it's very contrasty.
It is very busy, and not only that, we've got an image of it embroidered onto his workwear. I want to see how this translates.
Yeah, I can't imagine how that translates. The only thing I can think of is it won't.
I mean, to be fair to the embroiders, they've done a good job of the embroidery.
They have.
Probably better
that came out way better than I thought it could.
Yeah. I don't think I've
especially at that size as well.
Yeah, that's the issue, is that they're fitting that much detail into such a small logo, because you can see compared to like the size of the zip, it's not a huge logo, but they've done a good job with that. But still, hate the colours. I'll be honest, I hate the colours, and I hate the generic roof.
Says the man who built his whole brand around orange.
True, definitely very true. The The stars, I like the
think-
stars. I think Rich could adopt those stars potentially somewhere in his logo.
Yeah. I think 2 colours for that logo, either white and red or white and orange, would work. But 3 just seems busy in a colour explosion.
Yeah. I'm giving that one, honestly, I'm giving it even less than the last one. I'm giving it a 2.
I'm going to give that a 5 just because I was impressed on how it embroidered.
That's out of his control. That's not. Okay. I think you're being so generous, but okay.
Yeah, I would have got a 3 otherwise.
Right, let's have a look at Aaron's logo. This is from Revive Pressure Washing NE. Is that Netherlands or Northeast? Northeast.
Northeast.
Why would it be Netherlands?
Oh, that's got depth. I need to zoom into that there. Oh, there we go, you did it.
I don't understand what's going on here.
It looks
Go on,
like
you go
a sea
first.
creature. It looks like a sea creature. It's like 2 eyes,
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's
some
smiling.
pointy eyebrows.
Yeah.
It's a big giant fish smile. It's like a monkfish, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't unsee that now. The text, to be honest, anywhere else that text would look very typewriter-ish and kind of basic, but I think it looks quite posh. The logo, I don't know what's going on. It's a mixture between a Nike tick and just
I just see fish.
a load of stuff thrown into the middle. The stuff doesn't even make sense. The water coming off the bottom doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I'm seeing a Disney villain fish.
Yeah, and there's just a little
That's all I can say.
a little hint of a pressure washer thrown in the top, and then you've got a very block coloured image, and then you've also got some shading under the pressure washer and then in the corners and stuff. I don't know who's made this image or what sort of AI model has made this image, but I hate it. I'm giving this one a 1, actually. Actually, I'm going to go 2. I'm going to be a little bit more generous because I like the text.
I can't get over it. It's a Disney villain fish. In terms of the text, though, it's bugging me that there's a capital R, a lowercase p, and W.
Ah, yeah. Yes. It needs to be,
you need consistent on the text.
it needs to be capital, 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 and then the NE needs to be both capitalised. And then for some reason, the Revive Your Exterior is all capital. And it's also slightly offset at the bottom, and it just, everything about this logo winds me up.
We're going from logo to like ripping apart like the slogan, but revive pressure washing and revive your exterior. I don't like the double revive.
Okay. So much feedback on this one logo. Crazy.
I feel so bad because it's tearing people's.
Listen, people.
Chat, I was dragged into this, all right?
People are sending these in knowing what they're getting themselves into, so they cannot complain.
True. That would be a 2 for me.
Okay, so Weir Jet Washing has sent his logo in. I watch a lot of Weir Jet Washing's videos. And
I haven't seen his latest 2 videos.
Let's have a look. I hate the font. Just to get the ball rolling. I think this logo would look a hell of a lot better on a different coloured background. So I don't like that there's so much blue going on. I know this is just your YouTube logo at the minute, but I think if you were to change the background to, you can't change it to black because you've got a black pressure washer there. What do we do here? Because there's you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different colours here: white, black, light blue, dark blue, and then you've got a different light blue background.
I think the light blue background is fine, but the white text is lost on it. You need like bolder.
Everything's lost on the background.
Yeah, you need like a bolder wider text font and maybe like an outline stroke on the text.
Yeah.
That will make it stand out. Maybe the outline should be the darker blue, that like half moon looking color.
How can we simplify this? The text is growing on me the more I look at it, because it reminds me of like some sort of old,
It's
old,
like Celtic writing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like a Celtic-y style, like a Gaelic text or something.
I'm gonna fix this now. I'm gonna fix it now.
I'm gonna keep saying it. Everybody lose the pressure washing, the pressure washer lance in all your logos. Because
Really?
they all blend into one.
It does.
Yeah,
It
it's the
does
same with the
here.
roof. Like everybody's got it. Everyone's got the roof. Everyone's got the jet.
I think my computer might melt in a minute.
Explode.
We'll be able to do more of it. I've just ordered a new computer, so we'll be able to do more of this sort of stuff.
You mean we can build a trolley live without the computer crashing? Sick.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Why is there an overlay here? I need some sort of Celtic. I wonder if this is a good use of our time. Probably not, is it? And also, if it looks crap when I'm done, it's not going to be worth it. High tower text. Oh, that's kind of similar. That's kind of similar. I'm just going to go with that for now.
High tower.
I'm going to make it bold. Let's stick with
italics. That. I think it's missing italics.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think italic would make it look a bit more Gaelic.
Pressure washer lance. Silhouette. I'm going to save that to icon.
He says he's a dinosaur technology. Whatever you make, he'll probably use. So get your hourly rate together.
Import animation frames. That one. Let's grab it from there. He had his gun facing the other way. Oh. No, hang on. Do that there. I think I'm going to break this text. I'm basically making my logo here.
How to make other people's logos better? Yeah, we'll just use my logo.
Yeah.
How elitist of you, Jake.
Elitist, yeah, that is so. Save. How about that?
To everybody else who's sent their logos in, prepared to be Jakeified.
I can't do that. We can't do this for everyone's.
I'll tell you what, that font on the black and white makes it look how to describe it, like you're opening a really cool old book.
Yeah. I actually, the font is growing on me. It's just the rest of the logo looked a little bit pants. I can't find a good splash. Is there
I hate all pressure washing logos as well as all text. Yeah. No, I'll tell you what, where you should just ditch the jet wash thing and just be we're jet washing all text based.
I'm trying to find a brush that's like a splash, but it's not going to work, is it?
Now
Yeah.
you're just making it like old school book. Rate my leaflet segment, maybe. Oh, that's cool.
I don't know.
Oh yeah. At the end of the lance, you need a splashing ant.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
It will.
I like this already. Oh, it's not bold. That's why the text looks weird. Does anyone else think that looks better or not? What's that? What's the thing in the background? Isn't that some sort of logo for something? That shape in the background. What is that? Because I recognise that. You should be a logo designer. I don't know about that, mate. It's a bit of a stretch. Is Matt still here?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's a
Yeah, I
crescent.
was reading that chat.
Crescent.
What she says, he's about to make your logo from a 2 out of 10 to a 1.5 out of 10.
We could probably do something with this, you know. We could probably do something with a crescent. Can we do something with a crescent?
I think you two do quite overthink the logos, to be fair. In my local area, there will be a few that actually have a logo, and even less that have a sign wrap van. The house isn't even really frowned upon. Yeah, true. Maybe we are overthinking it, but
Oh, we're definitely overthinking it. That's the whole point.
I look at my business as a business that I want to grow. So everything that I do about my stuff is with the bigger picture in mind. So I don't think of like the local area and what's going on. So that's where my angle comes in, I guess. I think bigger picture than what a lot of other people might not care about, which is completely fine.
Okay, I'm giving that logo. I think it's a solid. It's just the colours are wrong. The logo is actually not too bad. I don't like the overlapping with the pressure washing trigger and stuff. I think it's a 4, maybe a 5.
Stick with the font type, like that kind of font.
Definitely sets it apart.
Celtic Gaelic font.
Yeah.
Stick with that. Scrap off the jet wash lance. Get the color balance right, and that could be a really nice logo. But in its current state, probably about 4.
So change everything about it. Okay, on to Nathan.
10 out of 10 video content.
On to Nathan. Wow.
Right, so look.
Okay, straight off the bat, we've got some slight imperfections. I can see someone has started out with a circle, and then they've tried to create a shape on top of the circle and not quite met the lines in the corner there. The text is absolutely awful. I hate that.
But blue and yellow is just not a
I don't know. Sorry, finish your sentence. I keep interrupting.
I'm trying to think of a nice word to say. But I hate the blue and yellow.
I don't think it's bad.
Just a weird.
I don't think the blue and yellow is bad.
I think if one of them was darker than the other, then fine. I think it's just on screen, like screen colors.
So much.
Too in your face vibrant.
Yeah.
And I get it's a logo. It's meant to be in your face and memorable, but it's just it's a lot.
How can we improve this?
I would probably say darken the yellow. The blue on a dark yellow or vice versa would make that look better. I think the jet aid has to be off, like you did with pressure weir jet washing just then, where you had like weir jet and then sort of underneath but off to the side slightly, like offset, indented. The jet aid needs to be sort of like one top left, one bottom right kind of deal.
Yeah.
Across the logo, I think.
I've just noticed the blue circle in the middle is slightly off to the right, and that kills me. That does. Is it? I actually can't tell. It might be the top bit that's slightly off to the right. I can't tell.
It's yeah. Someone's taken a circle, squashed the circle, and then put the thing on top.
I like the idea of the aid. I like the name Jet Aid. Something you could do something like that instead.
Jet Aid needs a roof and a lance.
Yeah, it needs.
Now they're trolling.
Yeah, it needs to look like my logo.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a water aid one here. I think this citizen aid one could look really good. In your see how the colours. See, you've got a vibrant yellow, but like a more muted green. And I think you do something similar with yours, where you have that vibrant yellow but a more muted blue. I actually love that Citizen Aid logo. I think that's brilliant.
That looks better because it's a dark color and a light color.
Yeah,
Like,
I like the idea about aid. I saw a company name called something like Drive Doctor or something, which I think is really cool. That one's nice. There's a lot you can do with that. I think find someone who is good at this sort of stuff, because no offense, but whoever's designed this, the design isn't the issue, it's the execution that's the issue. And it's probably someone sort of having a go at logo design for the first time. And you can sort of tell. I think anyone can tell that's like a first attempt. I'm just being blunt. Like, I'd rather just be honest than beat around the bush, because I think it's more helpful that way. And you can call me a elitist or whatever. I don't really care. I'm just trying to help. There's a lot that could be done with this, actually. I'm seeing quite a few that I like. I'm actually giving this one a 0.5 out of 10. But with a huge amount of potential, with a bit of work, that could be a 9 out of 10. That could.
I just feel like the text needs to be sort of like indented from each other, spread across the logo a bit more, and then the colors just. Yeah, I think the general principle, like what it's meant to look like, is like a 7 out of 10 design, but the execution is like a 2 out of 10.
Yeah. But definitely a lot of potential on that. So
yeah,
good ideas, poor execution, in my opinion. Wow. Okay, this one. Let me know what you think of this one. I'm gonna let you go first.
Okay. You gotta wait 15 seconds for it to pop up there.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if Soph will bring me a cup of.
Okay. Right.
Go on, honest opinions.
I love the red and the blue together. The white makes sense. I think property maintenance needs to be in white.
Really?
What?
Just as I was walking up the stairs.
Oh, you're just coming to bed. Sorry.
I think that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool logo. Considering it has a roof and a jet lance, it's probably one of the better ones because you've got solar panels on the roof.
Yeah, okay. I like the solar panels.
I like that blue and white circle, like disc shape going through.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I hate the hammer.
I think, yeah, that needs to go. But if you're property maintenance, you do more than exterior cleaning, then...
Not there. That hammer does not belong there.
Okay. I think if you're doing property maintenance and you're doing more than exterior cleaning, you need to have more presence than just a hammer on your logo. Because right now it's an exterior cleaning with a hammer. It makes no sense.
I've got a potentially cool idea. the handle of the pressure washing lance could be the hook of the hammer pointing down.
Yeah, that could work.
But also, this isn't a logo. This is a leaflet, surely.
Oh, it's a leaflet.
Well, I don't know. What do you? That's not a logo, surely. There's so much going on there. You wouldn't have that embroidered on your t-shirt, would you? That whole chunk.
It's like the back of a t-shirt, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I would say what could be done is the F, P, and M could be made up of the red brick. Because the red brick doesn't really have its place, but I really like the red, that colour of red on the black background in contrast to the blue is really nice.
Yeah, I can't get over the fact that there's just too much going on.
Yeah, like get rid of the text. We're just looking at the picture logo. I think scrap off the hammer. The brick could be incorporated in a different way.
I actually don't know how to fix this. I think there's just quite a lot going on. Not that I'm not a professional logo designer. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't know. I think we've got quite a difference in opinion on this one, mate.
Yeah, I think get rid of the red exterior cleaning solutions and maybe have moss removal in white, gutter clearance in blue, solar in white, driveway in blue, like that. Like alternate the colours that way, because everything else in the logo feels alternated. The property maintenance at the top just doesn't fit in that blue. There's something wrong with it. I don't like it in blue.
Yeah,
it needs to be in white.
Is that a gutter on the right? Is that like a downpipe? It's like a flexible.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Could this be AI generated, do you think, or is this?
I was just literally about to say, everybody who has sent Jake a logo, can you type if it's AI generated, designed by yourself, or like a paid design?
That's a good idea.
Because it'll be interesting to see if like a majority of them are AI, if they're all generating the same kind of deal.
Craig says just the FPM with the circle. Remove everything else.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's absolutely perfect. In the same orientation, the same position, it's just FPM in the middle. Remove the house, remove the lance.
Change the colour of property maintenance, make it a bit bigger.
I think remove all the text and just have FPM.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who is FPM in the Discord, if they're in the Discord? Or they're just
I'm not sure. I don't have any of these people's information. I've just got images being sent to me on. If anyone wants to send their logo, by the way, it's the phone number in the bottom corner. Right. Oh. Darren.
Next one.
Darren XTX. Who is a VIP in the Discord, so I've got to be careful what I say here. Now, full honesty, I saw your van actually in Worcester the other day, and I think this van looks more like an electrician's van than it does an exterior cleaner's. And I know that you used to be an electrician, or I think that you used to be an electrician. Is that right?
Yeah, he does general works, general building works, I think.
I like that the logo's simple.
I've always liked the XTX logo. I want to know what XTX stands for, or how XTX came about, because it's an interesting 3 letters.
Oh, you've got 3 vans. Yeah, it does look like demolition. TNT, yes, you're absolutely right. It looks like some sort of demolition or hazard or warning or something. I'm not sure it fits with the sort of theme of exterior cleaning. But I like the simplicity of the logo, and I like the colours. Black and yellow, nice and simple, nice and bold. What does it stand for, Darren, if you don't mind us asking? Yeah, imagine if it just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. It's just interesting 3 letters, so I thought it must mean something.
I like the yellow and black. Yeah, me too.
XTX. If you say it fast enough, does it create a word? XTX? XTX? No. Yellow and black has always got a cool, like... There's always like a cool colour combination.
Yeah. Again, I'm probably going 4 out of 10, because I don't think it fits the theme of exterior cleaning. I think it looks more like a bomb disposal unit or something.
Have we gone from? Are we rating this as a van now rather than just his XTX logo?
I think just the logo. Although I'd say there's too much text on that van, personally, for me. What were you going to say?
I really like the logo. It's a 7 from me.
A 7. You are so generous tonight.
To make it more of a 8 or a 9, it needs to be LTD, not written limited. So it's 3 letters, 3 letters.
Ooh. Long story, I had to change company name years ago, and I was riding a Yamaha XT660X.
That makes sense.
Isn't Yamaha blue?
XT660X is XTX.
Yeah, but isn't the brand of Yamaha
Oh,
like,
right, I see.
like a navy blue? Yeah, I'm going 5 on that one. 5 out of 10, personally. But, I mean, you could pull my logo up, and I'd probably rate my own logo at like a 4 out of 10. So it's not like mine's better.
Yours is just like the font color of Arial Black. Like, it's just like whatever's at the top of the font list.
Yeah.
In capitals on an orange background. It can't get much more like smout than that. Like,
I wanted it to
did we
be
spend
simple.
any money on it? No.
No money
Awesome.
spent. Yeah, nice and cheap. No money spent. It's gonna be cheap to get
It needs to be
embroidered.
quick. It needs to be cheap. It needs to work. Like,
Oh, it's Caterpillar yellow. Yes, it is. Yeah. Right. On to the Grime Reaper, which
that's a cool name.
it's a very
I really
cool
like
name.
that name.
Very, very
Please
cool
have
name.
please have some scythes or something that's not pressure washing. Okay, yes, that is perfect. That is instantly awesome.
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna say it. That's a 9 or a 10. It's got to be.
There's nothing.
One, because the name is just brilliant. It's like the perfect play.
Yeah.
The Grime Reaper. I really like the mud is scared for its life.
Yeah. There's literally nothing I'd change. I think that's almost a perfect logo.
The only problem with it is, how do you do a dark mode version?
Dark mode.
Like,
you could just do a white outline on everything, potentially.
Yeah, you'd have to, and yeah.
That's going to be a pig to embroider. Although you could just embroider that text as a banner.
Yeah.
I love the text. I think the font is perfect. I love the colours. But again, like I was saying earlier, too many colours can be a bad thing. But I think the colours are perfect on this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different colours on this.
The dirt is dirt coloured. The water is water coloured. The Reaper is Reaper coloured.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense.
It does.
The colours make sense to the context, so it's not too many colours. Also, while we're at it, if you are in the Discord, can you change your business names? Because then it's nice to know who people are by business name.
Yeah, that would be ideal. Yeah. I'm
don't
giving
know if
that.
Grime Reaper is in the Discord, but
I'm giving that a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm up there. I'm 9.
I think there's always room for improvement. I'm not sure about everything that's going on this right-hand side. I like the idea and the premise. I'm just not sure about the execution. But other than that, I think it's brilliant.
I mean, it's definitely a solid foundation to get more ideas on. I just like the idea that you give him mud faces and scared for its life. It's
Yeah,
funny.
definitely. Love the name. Love the logo. 9 out of 10. Although I do agree with Darren, it is kind of childish. It's a little bit childish. Not the most professional thing I've seen, but
The thing is, like, with that, it's quite like a, it could easily get very dark and gothic quickly.
Yeah.
And if you're pressure washing old ladies' driveways, are they going to choose the Grime Reaper over, like, I don't know, Sapphire Exterior?
Yeah.
Like, you've got to consider who your audience is as well.
By the way, we've got probably like another 20 to get through.
So I've got all night. I've got a day off tomorrow. I've got a day for the next 2 days.
I just looked at how many messages I've got, and it's a lot. Okay, the next one is from Clean Off Window Cleaners.
Clean off window cleaners.
There's a very, very cool idea here but it's so hard to see that you'd miss it. And it's that squeegeeing over the glass to reveal the name of the...
I didn't even see that.
To reveal the name of the business. But it's so difficult to see because of the water against the background and this pale blue colour. There's got to be a way that you can do that differently to make that look more effective, because it's a fantastic idea. I think it's just executed poorly, and I'm wondering if it's because it's a bright blue van or it's because there's issues with the logo. I'm not too sure.
I don't know how it would work in print, but if it was like on screen, you could have like that squeegee halfway over the word clean and revealing the clean, and the rest of it's kind of dirty, fading out the pink a bit.
Yeah.
So it's like it's about to get cleaned, if that makes sense.
I think the background of the clean off text needs to be transparent, so that would be the same colour as the van. And then the water splashes around it need to be like a brighter white colour.
Going back to like this is going to contrast with what I said about Jet Aid. I actually like the bright blue and bright yellow in this because there's a black outline on the yellow. But it's text, not two colours in an image. So maybe that's something for Jet Aid to think about. Maybe you have a black background around that water drop, separating the yellow and the blue.
Yeah, so all this text, especially on this blue background, all this text is actually nice. The only text that I actually don't like is the clean off text. I don't like the font. Very cool idea. Sorry, go on.
There's three fonts going on. You've got the clean off in one font, which looks like an italic version of the window cleaners font, but I don't know if it is the same font. I believe it is actually, just slightly italic. The fact the window cleaners, the number, and the windows gutters fascias have a stroke to it and clean off makes it look odd.
And by stroke, you mean the outline around the text?
Yeah, the black, the white outline around window cleaners and the black outline around windows gutters. The mobile number is in the same font as the clean off font, but the windows gutters fascias are its own font, so it's like...
Yeah, and the mobile number's got this weird like white thing over the top of it, so you can't actually read the number.
Yeah, they've just scribbled that out.
I wondered whether I'd get you with that.
I was trying to work out if what you were saying there.
Yeah, I think that for the idea is fantastic. I love the squeegee revealing the text. I think it's either an issue with the van colour or I think it's slightly poorly executed. So I'm going to give this one a 7 out of 10 based on the idea, not necessarily based on the execution. What do you think, Matt?
I'm going to be harsh. It's a 3 for me.
A 3? Oh, God, we have got quite a difference in opinion. Looks better in real life, Tracy says.
I really like the colour of the van, though. That is a really cool van colour.
Good night, Lindsay. Thanks for watching. Right, on to the next. Are people finding this fun? Is this a fun thing to do? Or should we stop and do something else? Because we've got a lot more to get through if you guys are enjoying this. By the way, if you are enjoying this, please feel free to hit the subscribe button and the little like button at the bottom of the stream. I love this. There we go. Thanks for the feedback. Right, Craig. Craig is a member of, a long-term member of the channel. In fact, he's a 21-month member of the channel. And Craig is from Onyx Exterior Cleaning. Nice and simple. Nice colours. Jamie, thank you for subscribing after that. A harsh 3 from Matt GPT. Yeah.
I really like the blue color. It's like a purpley blue. It's a really, really nice blue.
Yeah, and the white is a good choice instead of any other colour.
It's so minimal that I love it.
Yeah, I do like it. I think it, and I'm not just saying that because it's Craig. Embarrassing.
No, I think the exterior cleaning could be like more rounder text. Like it's quite sharp corners compared to the washies.
I kind of like the contrast, to be honest, because it adds a professional touch rather than all just being sort of playful.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry, I didn't mean to beat you down with my opinion then. I should have let you finish your thought at least before.
No, it's all good.
Sorry, I'm terrible at this. Should we have a look at it, how it looks on his van?
Yeah. Is Washi his surname?
I doubt it.
Or is it... I want to know where Washies came from. Okay.
But also,
that is...
Washies is good for everything. You can wash anything.
Yeah, that's Is that the same pressure washing fascias soffits font as Steve has on his van?
Possibly. Washi is the family nickname. Okay. Washimoto. I'm going to minus one.
Washington.
I'm going to minus 1 point for a different font down the bottom here. I think unnecessarily a different font as well. Call today for a free quote. I'm not sure that needed to be different, because then if you go slightly up to domestic and commercial, I like that font. I don't know why you've gone for this font down here differently.
I think if you were to have that font on exterior cleaning to make it make sense, because again it's 3 different fonts, isn't it? Washies is a font, exterior cleaning is a different one, and then the rest of it is a different font again.
Yeah.
I think too many fonts is a bit confusing sometimes.
However, we are only critiquing the logo, aren't we? Really?
Yeah, it is a critique of the logo. I think the logo needs to match that font, and that would look better for me personally.
So you think the same logo, but with that call today for a free quote font on the bottom? Okay.
I think that would be the only change. Or the free quote is in the exterior cleaning font. Like, you just want 2 fonts, in my opinion.
Love the colours, love the simplicity. This one's getting an 8 out of 10 from me.
I really like the blue. I think an 8.5, something like that.
Okay. You're nitpicky, but brilliant content. Okay. I mean, I'm glad that you guys are enjoying this. It's pretty fun. I'm enjoying it.
Only 10 to 10 as well. We got all night yet.
Washies is the best so far. See, I disagree. I think the Grime Reaper is the best so far.
Yeah. Grime Reaper closely followed by Washi.
Okay. We have ECS, External Cleaning Solutions, which I need to crop in a little bit without revealing the phone number. This particular one, the way this has been formatted and sent through, I don't like it against the black background. I love the simplicity of the logo, although against the black background it's blowing the colours out slightly. So these ones are super saturated, and then this one just isn't bright enough to make it stand off from the background. But against the van, it makes a lot more sense. Against the white background, it looks great.
If you were to have the black background, the water drop blue should be ECS, and the ECS blue should be the water drop.
That's very good feedback.
Other than that, yeah, on white it's good.
Very good feedback. So these two colours need to be swapped around on a black background.
Yeah,
But on a white background, it works.
It's another one of those where it's minimal. There's not a lot of critique to go.
Mm-hmm. I love the green. I think it's a really nice colour. And different. And then we've got it embroidered on a shirt as well. Yeah. And it fits quite well on a grey shirt, to be fair, as well. Very corporate, I'd say. That's quite a corporate logo. If you wanted to come across as a professional, I think that will serve you well.
I like serif text when it's written words, but as like a letters, just for like a logo, the serif style text doesn't. I don't like that personally.
What do you mean by that?
Loses its points. So
serif.
The E, the C, the S has the like
the flickies.
The flickies, yeah, the flickies on it.
Okay.
I think if it was the external cleaning solutions was the serif text version, and the ECS was the just straight non-flicky letters, swap that around and that'll be, a 9 in its current state, 7.
Greybeard
has a personal preference.
Luke
I really like the green. The green and the blue is really nice.
Yeah, me too.
They complement each other really well. On both black and white backgrounds.
Luke says, Greybeard, Silver Fox, 9 out of 10. We're not critiquing the bloke. We're critiquing the logo. Darren made a fantastic point. There needs to be a gap between the water drops. I would disagree and say the position of the water drops is good, but I think the blue water drop... The blue water drop should have, what did you call it earlier? A stroke, a white stroke on it.
A stroke.
A white outline. So there's still an overlap, but there's a bit of definition on that overlap. I'm indifferent about this one because there's not a lot to say about it, although I do love the colours, so I'm going to go a 6.5 to a 7 out of 10.
I mean, yeah. People can see what my logo is. It's just like text-based. I prefer like text-based logos.
Yeah.
So they're always going to rate high for me.
Okay.
So like I say, that's that in its state, 7.
We've had a reply from Plord. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Plowed?
Plod?
We've had a reply for his I'm assuming this is his non-winter version of the logo.
Okay.
Which looks very, very similar, just without all of the
same logo, no frost.
Yeah, no frost. This looks like it's been done by, all the Pure Seal, the guy that does all the Pure Seal stuff.
Oh, yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It's got to be the same guy, surely.
I prefer that without the snowdrops. Obviously, we're comparing a winter logo to a normal operating logo, so +1 point for the lack of snow.
Yeah.
I really like the white top of the lettering fading and gradient into that's a really nice gradient.
Luke Bailey, is that the guy that does the stuff for Pure Seal?
That's the guy.
Because I recognise this badge. I recognise the neon writing.
It's the same,
swirl of the water.
The Moss Monster gutter cleaning things, isn't it?
Yeah. And how many people in the industry have now got that sort of logo and stuff and that sort of advertising? But yeah, I don't think it really does too much to the score for me personally.
Yeah.
Okay. Williams Exterior Shine. 1 wash at a time.
That is a really interesting Williams Exterior Shine. So it's not exterior cleaning, it's exterior shine. That's and he's still got exteriors on the logo. That's actually probably a really good thing for SEO.
What do you mean?
So he's not gone Williams Exterior Cleaning like everybody else that would have exterior cleaning, but he's got transforming exteriors, so he's still got the word, so he's still searchable.
Okay, but you wouldn't want that in the logo necessarily. You'd want that in the subheading or whatever. You'd want it written.
True.
There's a bit of an issue with the colours. There's too many colours going on.
It's all blue.
Too many different types of
blue. Blue and blue.
And
again,
there's a disparity with the quality of the image. The pressure washing lances are very blurred compared to the rest of the image. I can see you've tried to add bubbles to make it look. You've taken the generic roof logo and added a couple of bubbles to indicate that it's like exterior cleaning, which is a
bubble over the X of transforming exteriors annoys me.
Yeah, and the bubble behind the W annoys me as well.
Yeah,
there's no way you're getting that sort of embroidered effectively.
Yeah, that won't translate onto a print very well either.
And I think everything's a little bit too spaced out. Have you thought about having the roof?
Is it blurry or is it just my eyes?
I think it's blurry. I think it's definitely blurry. Have you thought about having the pressure washing lances be the roof, meeting in the middle, touching tips, and then having the window in the middle? And then you could have bubbles coming up above. It's all too spaced out. I think it all needs to shrink and come together, and less text. I don't know why there's a random W in the middle for Williams. We already know your name's William. If you're going to have a W, it needs to be like a prominent McDonald's logo, like actual effort put into creating some sort of logo, rather than just a bit of text in the middle. There's clearly effort and thought gone into it, but it's been, in my opinion, very poorly executed. I feel such a dick doing this.
I'm going to assume it's... I'm just making an assumption based on that that blue and white cross. Is it a guy from Scotland or something?
Well, I'm not sure.
If so, that's quite a cool little feature of the roof, because it's...
the window in the middle.
Yeah, the window in the middle is kind of like the Scottish flag, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that the Scottish? Am I butchering? Let me get my memory of the Scottish flag. Oh no, it's an X. What am I thinking with the plus then?
Sweden?
Oh, I'm thinking the Greek flag.
I think there's too many elements coming together in one image, and it's just been they've been placed in random areas, and it looks like you've downloaded some bubbles off Google, you've downloaded a couple of lances, you've downloaded and it's just been sort of shoved together. No color, no themes. That's going to be a 2 out of 10 for me. I can see you've put effort into it though. That's where I am with that. What about you, Matt?
Okay, 0 does count as a number.
Whoa, a 0. Mate.
I'm sorry. Yeah. That was harsh.
At least go
0.5.
0.5 like Craig did.
Give it a 0.5.
Okay, Luke has sent us his leaflet. TurboTap has sent in the leaflet.
0.4 better than Smoke's logo.
How dare you, Craig?
Okay, we're doing flyer rating now.
No, we're not. No.
Okay.
I don't know why he sent me this. Rubbish. Get it out of here.
From mold to gold.
I like that. Right, on to the next. South Coast Surface Clean encompasses everything I dislike about a logo in one image.
Okay.
But very well executed. You can't deny.
Oh yeah.
I hate the house in the background.
Yeah.
But it's
for what it is, it's a good logo compared to all the other ones that look like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The water splash at the bottom is pretty cool.
Yeah.
The colors, again, the white to silver
Gradient on the
halo-y
text.
gradient.
Something strange going on with that lance in the middle there. Looks like a little error in
Oh, the little thing in the that
Are these AI generated? Because I feel like
that one is, yeah.
you'd only get that with an AI generated logo unless someone is literally hand painting this on a digital canvas and they've made a mark and caused a little scribble in the middle there.
I think he was doing it in Discord yesterday and said it was GPTs.
Oh, okay.
Because the middle, the house itself doesn't make sense. The roof on the left hand side is pointing to the left. The roof on the right hand side is kind of pointing forward, but to the right at the same time. And the middle one is just has no idea what it's doing.
Yeah, so you see that a lot with AI images. Is that the closer you look at it, the less things make sense.
Yeah. Like that middle one is like it's facing the middle, it's pointing to the right, but it's trying to look left all at the same time.
Yeah. How much for you to make me a logo? I do not make logos. I'll show you what my logo looks like for reference. It's not good. It's just a very simple, generic. I mean, I wouldn't say mine's generic, to be fair. I think there's definitely thought been put into it. I wouldn't say it's any better than any of the ones that have been shown tonight, but I like it and it works for me. I'm not a logo designer though. South Coast. Sorry, go on, Matt.
It's a 3 out of 10 chat.
What? Who's mine or this one?
Yours.
Okay. For this South Coast surface clean, I'm actually for the execution and the idea behind it and the splash at the bottom and the nice text, I'm actually going to go 7 on this, even though it's AI generated and it does have issues and it does have that house in the background. I still quite like it, unfortunately, for me.
No, I like the color schemes and everything about the colors. Again, it's a roof and a pressure washing lance. We all know my feelings on that. Yeah. I really like the blue, the water kind of dribbling down. What would you even call that? It's kind of like
splash.
It's like the reverse halo.
Yeah,
you've got the halo around the top, and then it kind of encompasses that bottom, kind of like a splashy halo.
Yeah. What are you going to give it out of 10?
For what it is, probably a 6.
Okay. We're about the same on that then.
But again, it's roof and lance, so it's yeah,
loses points for that.
Because at the end of this, there's only going to be a few that I'm going to be able to remember.
So this one's been designed not by AI. Wait, designed, no AI. And I've been sent videos, I've been sent all sorts. Okay. So this person's got 2 sides to the business. They've got a gardening portion, by the looks of it. Eda's gardening, which is a hard word to say. Eda's. I don't know how to say that.
Cedars. It's cedars. There's a big C there.
Oh mate,
can you not see the C?
I can see it now. That is very embarrassing. What the hell?
It's the same color.
That is terrible. I can't believe it. Okay, moving on.
There's something to be said. That's part of the logo. So
True.
That's what you have thought. How many other people think that same thing?
Yeah, true. I suppose.
So
there's something going on with the text along the top. I think the C is clearly bolder than the rest, which is why it threw me off probably. If the C was the same weight as the rest of the logo, then it might have made more sense in my head.
Gardening needs a capital G.
Okay. And then the pressure washing version of this
Okay.
is Cedar's Exterior Cleaning. And still, I think the C would throw me off.
No, that's clearly Ida's Exterior Cleaning.
Cleaned by Cedar's Exterior Cleaning. Have you seen those things that Rutland Pumps have done where they laser cut your logo? This driveway was clean.
Oh, the reverse graffiti.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get one.
Who did it the other day? It was Joe's Jets that did it, and I forgot to bring it up. She put it on Instagram, and I thought it was so cool to do that onto the... Oh, look, Macintosh has done one of their models. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm looking into getting one made for myself.
Joe's Jets. I can't remember where she posted it, but it was very cool and very effective. And it was just, there it is. How good is that?
You'll give me 15 seconds to see it.
Like if you could put that, if you could put that on the front, look, it's just on the pavement in front of the house.
Yeah.
I think that's so good. And you need a clean logo to be able to do that. If you've got like a fussy logo, you're not going to be able to get that sort of effect on it. I need to get one of these because that's very cool.
Thing is, you can spray that on to the very front of a driveway and start at the house and work your way towards, and any passers-by will walk right over that and see it.
Yeah, I'd want to leave it there forever.
Perfect advertising. Yeah.
But this logo does lend itself to that. I think too much text really on this. Oh my god, what the hell?
Is that not illegal? So for washi, if you're doing it on a customer's property and you're cleaning the property anyway and it goes, then it's fine. But you can't. You're doing illegal advertising if you just turn up to the middle of a street and just do it and leave it there.
Or like on a bridge or something, or on a path.
Yeah, in a public space. So you'd have to clean it off at the end of your job, which is why like you do it at the front of the customer's driveway or something, and then it's there for the duration of the clean until you clean over it.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of white space on this logo. I'm not sure I particularly like it that much. There's some issues with the text. I think I'd make the C the same weight as the rest of the text, so it doesn't throw people off, unless I'm just dumb.
Well, the bit that's confusing me is that a magnet sign over the top of a van. It's a different white.
Oh, it is a different white, isn't it?
It's a different white to the van's white, which doesn't make sense.
You make a very good point.
Is it a sticker on a window? Yeah, if it was a converted camper with a window there, I guess.
I'm giving this one a 4 out of 10. I'm not keen on it personally. But
if it was Ida's, would you rate it any differently?
It just doesn't. There's too much to look at. There's too much open space, and my eye is not going in one direction, which is when you know you've got a good logo. It's just easy to see and read, and I think it's just a bit busy for me personally.
It's a crew cab. Okay.
Have you got a rating on that one?
I liked the gardening logo because it's got the plant coming out of it.
Okay.
The pressure washer coming out of it is, I guess, okay, this is where I fall down because probably all the gardening people have plants in the same way as we have roofs and pressure lanterns.
Yeah.
So, it's just, it's new to me, I guess.
Okay. I think you're gonna. Sorry, go on. Finish your thought.
I was gonna, it's probably at a 4.
Okay. You're gonna love this one.
Is it mine?
I think this combines a couple of things that. Actually, no, you could be quite torn because I know you like the gradient text, but you don't like the pressure washer, and we generally don't like the house in the middle, do we? I like the name, Although I think I've
I
hit
like the shield badge. That's cool. That's a different way of doing it.
guard with a shield.
Yep. I think that's more unique than the generic roof picture.
It's definitely more
I like how
unique.
it's done to that.
I don't like the pressure washing lance, to be honest. I don't like the hose. Doesn't really know what it's doing. It's not sort of very coherent.
That's a bit that lets it down.
There's definitely more that you could do with this logo.
Do you know what I would do? I would get rid of the pressure washing lance and the houses and stuff. I would have the shield. I'd have like one half of the shield looking like maybe a block paving, and the other half looking like a sandstone patio.
Yeah,
or
maybe
to that effect.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. Like, do something like that with it. The shield is awesome. Gleam Guard is a cool name.
I reckon Luke Bailey could do something with this. If you told him I want a shield with the text Gleam Guard on it, and I want it to shine, and I want something to do with pressure, maybe like a splash in the background, actually.
Yeah, or something like that.
A splash behind the shield, and then Gleam Guard written on the shield. I think nice and simple. I could probably design that now, to be honest.
I'll tell you what would be really,
let me have a quick
really
go.
cool for this. Oh, sorry.
No, go on. You
Yeah,
keep,
go for it.
keep talking.
Yeah, have a quick go at building it. What I was about to say is what would look really cool is if you took it out of logo context and you were doing like a before and after. You have at the bottom of your 16:9, you have your Gleam Guard. The rest of it is the shield, and then you have a before and after in two halves of the shield. It's like one big image.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, it
that would
does.
be quite a cool way of doing it. Because you'll be unique in your before and after images, and you'll get known for, hey, it's the guy who does his before and afters in the shield. It's Gleam Guard.
It's Gleam Guard.
I'll read up chat as well, make sure I'm not missing any questions. Is it actually an issue as you're only clean? Sounds like it would be a grey area. So Jamie McKenna. So it counts as unauthorized advertising. So because you're doing it on a public highway, a public piece of property, you're effectively advertising your business for free without paying for it. So that's where it falls into a problem. If you're cleaning it off after, then great, it's fine, I'm sure. You probably still shouldn't put it on the public pavement for that duration of time, but really, who's going to walk past and say anything? But that's not an endorsement to do it. Endorsement? I don't condone you doing that, whatever the word I should be using.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. For anybody who is new to business or doesn't know these things, like a quick search on the do's and don'ts of advertising in public spaces. There was actually a company that advertised on a roundabout near here. It's about 3 or 4 years ago. They hammered a sign into the roundabout because there were other businesses advertising, but they didn't realize that you had to pay for it, and they got hit with a 25k fine for unauthorized advertising, and it cost $4,000 a year to advertise on that roundabout. So get your understand what you can and can't do with advertising to avoid fines. That's the house on the hose, move it below the lance, yeah.
What colour do you think this splash behind should be? Because I'm not sure I'm enjoying it.
The Gleam Guard silver.
The splash?
Yeah.
I don't know how I can make it silver, but okay. Let me try. Do, 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 do.
It would need that reflective silver thing, but
Yeah. I think I'm on the right track with this.
he doesn't design. He just changes the text on a template.
Who's saying that?
Washy. LRS, get your logo sent over and be ready for Max Payne. Yeah, Liam, come on, let's rip it apart. WhatsApp it to Jake with the WhatsApp number on screen, 07969.
Are we going capitals? What
It's the
sort
same
of
offence as graffiti. Yes, it is.
what sort of text have we got going on? It's quite sort of narrow, stubby.
Fly posting is right around here. No one seems to get fined, nor does any of it get removed. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. You could do it for years and get away with it, but that one time it does bite you. It will bite you. You've only got like every time you do it, you take a chance. You're rolling that dice, and you could roll that dice for 25 years and never have a problem. And then you go, right, I'm going to do it one more time and never again. And it's that one time that will bite you. It's the same as like kind of going off subject, like people who are not insured. They'll be like, oh, it's a quick job. I'll do this and then I'll pay for my insurance. And it's like that one job could be the one that you need your insurance for. So it's not worth taking risks in doing things outside. What's the legal stance on having an A-frame type advert put up while doing someone's drive? So, Jamie, this is a good one. I recently had a pavement board made up, and I contacted both of my local councils because I'm split between two areas, and asked what the legal stance is in the area. And they both said it can be an advertisement board as long as it's got like a safety feature on it. So I had warning trailing hoses made up is part of the big top banner, and it's a way of me putting my hoses across the pavement, and then I can put an advert underneath that completely fine. If it didn't have that warning trailing hoses or anything like that, then they would class it as unauthorized advertising. So ring up your local area council or whatever, or the council you're going to be working in, and find out what their requirements are. But generally, if you do that, they'll tell you and you'll be fine. Gear it towards a safety sign first is what I would say, but always double check.
I hate this text.
The exterior cleaning part is, yeah, it's too thin. Make it all caps. It might look better.
I think there's something off with the colours, but we are on the right track.
So that's a grey area, your friendly neighbourhood exterior cleaner. Your car is not a static feature, just like a sign's not a static feature. You can sign write your vehicle without having to have a license or permission or anything. So people are doing that. They're wrapping vehicles with advertisements. They're parking them up. But you can have them classed as abandoned vehicles. So what happens with that is your abandoned vehicle gets towed, and all the fines come into the phone number or the website that's advertising the goods.
Matt, I think
They'll always find a way to get you.
There's something there's something amiss about the colours on this logo at the minute, but I'm quite liking the direction. What do you think?
It's good. The shield silver plays with the splash silver. That's the problem, I think.
Yes. Let me adjust that splash. Let's go with
Is that shield a template?
Yeah.
Can you change the colours of the edges of that template or not?
No.
Okay, so that's the limitation. It's the outline of the shield that's the problem.
I'm not going to go into too much detail on this because it's just probably wasting my time. That's a bit nicer. I think that text at the bottom could be white and the text at the top could be black, maybe.
That, yeah, Gleam Guard with the shield, it makes perfect sense to the brand name. I think scrap off the houses, scrap off the jet wash.
Gleam Guard. I kind of like that actually, with all white text. What are we thinking about this, guys? Can I get a rating out of 10 for this logo now? And let's compare it. Let's directly compare it to this one.
Side by side. Luke Bailey did me a capybara in a business shirt with a logo for a local zoo. It ended up looking like a overweight guinea pig. Cedos, can you send that to the Discord if you're in the Discord, or to Jake's WhatsApp? Because that sounds hilarious.
It's hard to see the G. I agree, it is hard to see. I think that we need to play with the colours a little bit. I do agree. But I think we're on the right track with that. A solid 8. Much better white text than black. Yeah, I agree. I like your one better. I do like it, Jake. Needs some work. It does need some work. Yeah. This seems like a better fit for the business, personally. I'm happy with that.
Always leave. Where's that sign go? Always leave a sign on the customer's land. Nothing they can do behind the boundary. Yep, you're fine to do that as long as the customer lets you.
Make the exterior cleaning text bold. It keeps resetting the spacing every time I do it. That's very annoying.
Yeah, make it bold and maybe put like a little black stroke on it or something to just pop it out a bit more. Good point to be fair. Get a pretty new logo design. Yeah.
Oh, it's messed with it a little bit now. Oh, I can put a stroke on the Gleam Guard.
Jake has made an 8 out of 10 logo a 5 out of 10.
I'm going to put a stroke on this text and see what happens. Because I think that could be the thing that changes it.
So, Luke, has anybody got a speed bump that opens up and allows you to store hoses in the pavement? So, I've looked into those many times. One, I haven't found one that will happily house a 3/4 inch hose and a pressure washing hose combined. Two, there's something to be said that if you don't have it, if it's on the pavement and it's slightly raised because the pavement's dodgy and someone trips over it, it becomes a trip hazard in itself, which is worse than just having hoses and 2 or 3 signs to say warning trailing hoses. So I don't know. It's a weird one for me.
Ooh, I think I've just... Oh, it's a shame the stroke's too pixelated, but that from far away that looks better. I'm desperate for a wee.
There we go.
Why is that so pixelated? I could probably change that, but
that looks way better. Yes,
from a distance it does.
Yeah, I needed a stroke.
Matt, I'm desperate for another wee. I'm sorry.
You're good. I'm answering chat. You're fine.
Okay.
Not serving the exterior cleaning text. Yeah, it's a bit too thin, and it's hanging out. I have this idea for us to print a shit. Use the font impact on the exterior cleaning bold. Yeah, that could work. Be sure, Matt, where did you get the name Onyx from? So, that has a bit of a funny story to it. When I was setting up, I knew I wanted a brand name. I didn't want to use like a surname or like a family name because I want to build a business that I can sell. and it's far easier to sell a brand name than it is a family name. I went through all the usuals like sapphire exterior cleaning, diamond exterior cleaning, like all the classic gemstones, and couldn't figure out one that worked. So started branching out in other ways, and then I finally got my van mount system installed. And I was showing a friend, and the joke I can't remember how the joke came up, but they mentioned Blastoises in the Pokemon, and we had a joke about it, and then it made me think like my favorite Pokemon when I was younger was Onyx, which was the rock snake, and it just clicked. It's like Onyx is a is a stone. Onyx exterior cleaning fits with like the diamond, sapphire, blah blah blah. I started doing some research on if it was used, and no one has used it yet. If you type in like diamond exterior cleaning, you'll probably find about 10 in every city. So for SEO purposes, it was perfect, and then it just kind of happened. It just fell into my lap that way. So that's where Onyx came from.
We've got a. I'm going to get rid of that now, although I do like it. We've got a message about the. Not chinchilla. What did I see? Guinea pig.
Oh, the capybara.
Yeah. What's a capybara?
It's like a giant guinea pig.
So what was this for? Why?
Someone had was it a capybara in a business suit for a local zoo. So it's clean. I'd imagine cleaning a local zoo. So another picture. That is pretty funny though. That's an overweight hamster for sure. Or guinea pig.
Right. Let's carry on with these logos. We're
yeah. We eventually have a logo designed by someone on Fiverr. ChatGPT doesn't do the best of jobs. Yeah. What I would say, if you are looking to make a brand and an image and have a long-standing brand image, is look for a graphic designer who you can work with and who will understand your brand and work with your brand. I have some suggestions on various people that I've used in the past.
Also, one thing to note is that graphic designers aren't cheap. Some people think, oh, it's only a little logo, it's only that big, it's going to cost 20 quid. No.
Yeah, no.
They cost potentially upwards of £100 for like a good logo that's they're gonna give you multiple versions that you can use on embroidery, you can use on your van sign writing. Like, to do it properly, it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
And I think it's worth it.
It's definitely worth it because you want someone who's going to work with your brand and understand it. They're going to have like a brand guidelines to go by. You get someone on Fiverr to design your brand logo, great, you have that, and then a year later, that person doesn't exist on Fiverr anymore, or whatever, and it's like you've got to go through all those conversations with someone new. So developing a relationship with a graphics designer and actually paying, just like us, we go and do work, we get paid well for the work we do. A good graphic designer is going to cost you, but they're going to work well with you.
And also, you've got to consider that even in the beginning, you're going to think, I'm not sure my marketing budget stretches to like paying someone 150 quid for a logo. That seems outrageous. It does in the beginning, but what about when you've built all your branding? It's like me. I've built all my branding around this logo that I've made when I first started that isn't that great. And to change it now, I suppose it wouldn't be too difficult, but my whole branding is built around it. And so I think, I don't know if I'd take my own advice at this point if I was to say you should spend decent money on a graphic designer to do you a good logo, because I probably wouldn't do the same. But it is so important.
I've spent a lot of money on graphics that I haven't even used.
Yeah.
And that's completely fine because they'll have their place. They will get used eventually.
It depends. If you want to be like
situations.
If you want to be like a local handyman, and you're happy with like small and local, then fine. But if you want to look more professional and you want to scale up the business, I think it's important to have proper branding that someone's done professionally. I think it sets you apart massively.
Yeah, 100%. Like, all the anything that I talk about is based on what I'm trying to do, which is building a bigger brand and marketing towards that. So it may not fit a lot of the people that do want to stay small and local and not grow and just like have a well-paid job effectively.
Yeah. Right. Let's get back to these logos. Revive, maintenance. Revive, maintain, and thrive. I would say personally, I kind of like how sort of short and wide it is. I think it looks quite... That would look quite good on a van. Hate the roof. Love the colours. I think thrive is cringy. I think that's unnecessary, and you've already got revive, maintain above it, so you've got the same words twice for no reason. Thrive in sort of like a logo like that is, I don't know.
What's thriving?
Yeah, it's nothing to do with exterior cleaning, to be honest. Personally,
I love that blue color. That's a really nice blue color. Scrap the roof. I really like the font text.
Yep, same.
And I really like how revive is really bold. And then the one thing that's bugging me is there's a height offset. It's not quite the maintenance is not in line with the top of revive. It's not in line with the bottom of revive, and it's not evenly split.
It's not in the middle either. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like that needs to be dropped down a couple of points.
Yeah. I do like the text underneath. I just think it's the wrong text.
It's the wrong 3 words because you've got revive twice, maintain and maintenance twice, and then thrive on its own. It's like...
I think you could lose the roof and alter the text at the bottom to something less cringy and less sort of meaningless. Even exterior cleaning would work. And that would be a great logo, actually.
I would say revive centered, and then maintenance and cleaning underneath that grey line. So it's like you've still got that split text.
I don't know. I like how
it's
wide it is, because that makes it different. Because if you just put revive maintenance, it just looks like every other piece of text on a logo.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. At the moment, I think it's around about a 4, but it's got the potential to be an 8. It's very clean. It's very modern. Love the colours.
I would agree with those figures. The revive, maintain, thrive needs to be changed to something else.
Yeah,
that's letting it down. I don't like double revive. I don't like double maintain.
Yeah. Okay.
And thrive, just I can't work out why thrive is even a word in this.
What are you giving that? Are you similar to me?
Yeah, I'd say that has the potential of being an 8 or even a 9, but it's about a 3 or 4.
Okay, on to the next mark with Elevate Exterior Cleaning Services.
Onyx, just seen your website, 6 out of 10. Yeah, no, you are not wrong. I rate my website about 3.
Yeah, this is.
So this is.
Go on, you say it.
I was going to say this is exactly what I'm pointing out. How many of these logos have the roof? There's not anything that's standing out with the Elevate Exterior Cleaning Services. That is, I love how it is, but that roof just ruins it.
It does ruin it massively. It's
just scrap that off, and that logo is a 10 out of 10.
It's pointless.
In its state. Yeah.
10 out of 10. I mean, I like the font, I like the text, I like the colour. I'm not sure 10 out of 10 just for the text.
Yeah, just get rid of the roof. That's all it needs.
Could you put anything else in its place?
I don't think you need to.
I think you might be right, actually.
There's no reason to have. It's to the point. What do you do? Exterior cleaning services.
I've got it.
What's your company name? Elevate.
I've got it.
What?
Possibly. I'm not sure. Imagine a mountain range, a vector image of a mountain range above it in blue.
What is this? Go outdoors?
Well, it's Elevate, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
Something like that. I don't know, but it's got nothing to do with exterior cleaning, so I'm not sure.
yeah.
But it would fit the logo quite well instead of a roof, in my opinion. You're gonna steal Liam's logo? Oh, I can't remember what Liam's is. Yeah, I'm giving that one.
Done elevate with a mountain range.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Liam's got. Oh no, Liam's got the generic houses in his. Yeah, you like Liam says, you want to know exactly what they do from a distance without reading the text. But I agree with you. I do like the text. I'm giving this one again a 4 with the potential of like an 8. I'm going to say. On to the next. Oh, we've got quite a few images here. Okay, Clean Off has come back to us. Clean Off in Wales is famous slang. It means a bit of a nutter. Okay. Oh, like clean off the scale. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think against a blue background, it's not so great. I think there's too many colours. Too much going on, personally, for me.
It looks better as like that business card effect that's not on a van.
You could just change that pale blue in the background to the white to match the outline of the text. I think that could add a lot to it. And maybe some drips. Instead of bubbles, it could be drips.
Yeah.
I sort of want to recreate this one as well.
You know what would be really cool is if the entire of the background was almost like you're looking out of someone's window, and it's just very, very low opacity, and then it's high opacity where the
or blurred,
where it's been cleaned off. Yeah, blurred.
Why are we putting out Mount Everest on logos? Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, I think that white background, the background needs to be a clean white instead of like a pale blue. And then
Hooper just came up with a. Sorry, just
no, go on.
Hooper wrote, I do drives and patios. I know, I'll put a roof in my logo.
Yeah, true. But
how many people with a roof in their logo are doing roof cleaning?
Yeah, but it's also windows. It's like a roof apex with windows on it. So they could be just window cleaners. But I understand what you're saying.
Why not like a vector driveway image?
Okay. Let's see what you think of this. Christie's guttering services. Right then.
There's no gutter on it. I'm going to be disappointed.
There is definitely a gutter on it. Although
well, there we go.
It took me a while. It took me a while to see what it was.
I don't think that water tongue looking thing needs to be there.
I was going to say the same. Why is the water there?
I think what you need to do is move Christie's up, put the gutter in between Christie's and guttering services.
Oh my god.
And then that downpipe thing could be turned into the T of the LTD.
Maybe. I love the idea of scrapping the circle. Sort of like my logo, I suppose, but instead of a pressure washer, it's a gutter.
Yeah, because this is where that makes sense with the context. It's not a pressure washer; it's a gutter, and it works.
So kind
It's
of like
tweaks
this,
like that.
kind of like this, but with a gutter in the middle instead of a pressure washer. And I like the pixel art style. The way you've done the colours, it looks like an old Super Mario game or something, and I love that.
Yeah.
But I think the water is unnecessary. Although
What you want is you want the gutter maybe with some like mossy dirt or grime around it.
just a little tuft of grass sticking out into the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little tuft of grass. Or even you could try and incorporate the Christies growing out of the gutter. The text Christies growing out. Maybe. But I think the water makes... Do you think without the water, it could look like a gutter installation service?
Well, it says guttering services. That in itself, are you doing gutter installs or are you doing gutter cleaning? It doesn't really describe what it's doing, so I don't think that matters too much because, yeah.
Yeah, that the circle logo is a little bit meaningless in my opinion. You got some stars. It's like nighttime. You got stars in the background. You've got water. I don't really understand the direction. But so much opportunity for experiment with that just little run of gutter between the text, maybe.
Like the gutter in Christie's guttering services makes the most sense. Everything else doesn't really have a place.
And I love the colours. I think definitely stick with the colours on that gutter because those are very cool colours. Can we have a sweepstake on how many times Jake is going to say a logo needs to look more like mine?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I like what I like. The circle bit makes me think of Mystic Meg. Yeah. Looks like a telescope with stars in the background. Yeah, that's kind of... Yeah, I struggled when I first looked at it. I thought, what are we looking at here? And then I realised it was a gutter. And then I can't understand the water. I think as it is at the moment, I'm going 5 because I like the idea. I like the creativity. But that could easily be a 10. Very easily with some minor changes. That could be a 10.
You know what I really, really, really like about this logo?
Okay.
The guttering services LTD with those 2 little dashes either side.
I looked at those and I thought that's a nice little touch.
Yeah, that does really make it look very, very professional. Just those 2 little blips.
Yeah. Yeah. Good feedback. I like it. Right. Should we go on to the next? What's your score for that one?
The circle and the water let it down. That current state of the logo is a 6. If you made some of the changes, that could definitely be an 8, if not a 9.
Okay. Do we think anyone's actually going to change their logos based on our feedback tonight?
I hope that our feedback hasn't made someone feel bad enough that they have to go and change the logo.
Yeah.
If they've taken on the criticism as a construction to rethink their logo because they're looking at a rebrand or a redesign, maybe before they go and print 50 odd t-shirts, then great.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't you know.
Also, I don't know how many times we should say it, but we are not logo designers. We have no our logos. We should critique each other's. That's what we should do.
Yeah, go for it. Duh.
Go on, let me pull mine up because I've actually got a really good one next. Actually, that I think is quite interesting.
Yeah, I got some questions about yours.
Okay.
So put it up on screen.
Let's just pull that one up. I'm scared.
What is the orange thing? Is it a hose?
Are you serious?
I don't know what it is.
Don't be dishonest. Come on. You don't know what the orange thing is?
I just know it's an orange hose with a little thing on the end? Is it a lance?
Yes, of course it's a lance. So
okay,
the bottom
okay.
part is a lance, but in fairness to you, the bottom part is a lance before I knew what a lance looked like. So I drew this, and
So that's a bent end lance.
yes.
Oh, okay. To that. So I was wondering what that little like ticky bit on the bottom is.
So that's the handle, but I also didn't realise, because I hadn't Googled any reference images, where the hose actually comes out of the lance, and I didn't realise it was at the bottom, so it should have actually come out the bottom here.
That's why I couldn't figure out what it was. That I've always wondered, like, what is that?
No way.
It looks like some plumbing parts.
I thought it was very obvious, but now that you say
it
it,
wasn't.
and then
I
and then the hose is just a way that I could split up the text and sort of make, like, box it all in and make it like a coherent logo rather than just having text.
yeah.
I did experiment
the,
with trailing
font.
I experimented with trailing the hose around, and it just didn't look good. You like the font?
I like the font for the pressure washing. Yeah.
2 out of 10 numbers not centered. Numbers need centralizing.
I see what you've done with the little S as well. That's a cool little design choice.
Thank you. Someone else didn't like that, but thank you.
I think it works because it's like your whole brand is Smout, but it's Smout's pressure washing.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of it makes sense.
So the YouTube channel is Smelt, and then the business name is Smelt's Pressure Washing. Yeah.
I like the off-center telephone number as well.
Like my ladder.
I wasn't going to say it.
Do you think this bit in the corner looks kind of cool? The way the G sits in this little cradle. I kind of like that.
Yeah. Now I know it's a pressure washing lance. It makes sense. But if you just left it to me, I would be like, no idea.
I should redesign this, shouldn't I? And make it look good. After almost 4 years, I should redesign this.
I mean, yeah, there's always iterations for everybody's logo.
What are you going to give me out of 10?
Oh, it is pretty harsh. It's got to be a 4.
Okay.
And it's the pressure washing lance that lets it down.
Can I get some more opinions in the chat of what you guys think? Go on, finish your thoughts. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the font's cool. I like the slight italicness to it. I like the font for the numbers specifically, like the 6s and the 9s have got that cool little like curly bit in it. I like the layout. It's just the lance doesn't. It wasn't clear, so it didn't make sense.
Yeah,
and I've always wondered what it meant.
That's crazy.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one who had no idea that was a lance?
Friendly neighborhood says
like
-6.
I do like how it wraps around the pressure washing and it comes back. Like, what if you were to get rid of the idea of the pressure washing lance and just have that line curl around and underline both of it, but it's like an open-sided rectangle. Does that make sense?
Yeah, just no lance.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it would look more professional.
Basically, keep the orange in the exact same way, but just get rid of the bit that's meant to be the lance and the trigger head.
Yeah.
So it's just one straight continuous line.
Yeah, maybe.
That's all I'd go for.
Someone said, where did I just see that? 1 out of 10 needs a roof on it. That's perfect.
Oh, great. Yeah, I thought it was a paint roller. That's what Grime says.
A paint roller?
That does it. Yeah, I can see.
Okay, enough of mine. Should we do
Right,
yours?
bring
Or
mine
should...
up and rip it apart. Come on,
Okay.
then.
Okay.
He's gonna give me a 3 to spite me.
I can only pull up yours.
Shall I send you one?
Yeah, go on.
Onyx graphics.
God, we've got
Which
so
one
many
should I
more
send
to
you?
get through.
I have like several iterations. I'm actually slowly starting to not rebrand but rename. Instead of exterior cleaning, we're going surface restoration.
Ooh, I like that. Surface restoration.
So imagine this, but saying surface restoration.
Okay. By the way, I am going to try and get through everyone's logo. I know you've all put the effort in to send me your logos, so I will. We will get to all of them, even if we have to do it quite quickly to keep it moving. Okay, Onyx Exterior Cleaning, Specialist Exterior Cleaning.
Yeah.
I love everything about it. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm not so keen on the colours, although the colours feel quite muted, and they could potentially be very professional though. The colours remind me of a professional brand. I like the stroke on the overlaps, so you can see the distinction between the letters. I like that. I like the layout of the letters. I think it works really well. It's very readable, although it shouldn't be, but I think it is. I think it works. I like the spacing between the letters. Did you make this, or did someone make it for you?
No, I had a designer do it.
Because it's very well done. I've spotted a mistake though. Can that be constituted as a mistake? The bottom of the N. Bottom of the N sticks out ever so slightly too far. The rest of it is okay, I think.
That was one little thing that made it through the iteration in the quality control, should we say?
Yeah. I like it though. I think it works 7 out of 10. That's what B Shaw says. It's too close for me. I was thinking the Onyx could be spaced out a little bit, especially the N. I think the N could be in the center of the O. Do you know what I'm saying? This stick here isn't centered in the O.
Yeah, so
I think the O should shift left a little bit.
The reason behind that is when we did that, you had to space all the other letters to make it consistent, and it looked too wide.
Okay.
And we couldn't get the Y to overlap the N in the same way, so it became like an overlapping letter and then no overlapping letters. It made no sense. So we had to bring it that way. The point of the N, the pointiness of the N, I wanted like flat bottoms and tops.
Yeah.
But there wasn't an N that worked with it, so the N is actually a completely different font to the OYNX.
Oh, right.
As a result.
Okay.
So it's two fonts in one place. It was the closest we can get.
But I mean, the fact that you're talking about this, there's a lot of effort that's been put into this. It's not just been. It's the reason why it's a decent logo. It's because you've thought about it, and it's not just been thrown together. There's been choices made.
This was designed over, I think it was 33 days.
Bloody hell.
And we went through 4 revision sittings.
Redesign on stream.
It looks completely different to what it was originally, and yeah, it's not perfect. There are still things about it I want to change, but given the time frame and the budget that I had for the time I wanted, this is what we ended up with. 9
wants me to redesign it for you. This little busy bit at the top of the Y, the top left corner of the Y, I don't like the triple overlap that's going on here. It's like a little piece that doesn't really belong there. But do you mind me asking how much this logo cost you?
So it should have been around 800-900.
What?
But for the time spent and the hours that were put into it, You value someone's time, and they're on a rate.
If you do
But,
like multiple iterations, I suppose, but you'd have thought they get it right in the first 2 or 3. How many iterations were there?
It was all me doing it in terms of like I wanted to do the iterations. So, for the time spent, it should have been probably around that. Because it is a close friend of mine, I got it way cheaper, and she charged me for a portfolio piece, so it came to like 150 or something.
Okay, Matt, I've got a bridge to sell you.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah.
So yeah, it's yeah. If we're talking about the person's time that was spent, if it was if I didn't know them and it was a company and it was driven that way, and for the hours they put into it, it should have been, And when you consider like 4 days at £200 a day, for example, on someone's day rate is only £800.
But let's be honest, they're not spending 8 hours a day for 4 days to work.
No, of course, but you're just putting into context of why. Like you think 33 days, how many hours they might have put in with the calls and the iterations I wanted, and I gave them a brief of 3 different ideas as well. So they effectively designed 3 different logos before we settled on the closest one, and then worked with that.
Okay.
So there was a lot that went into this that isn't seen in this logo in someone's time, if that makes sense.
I think Liam has rebranded your logo, and I love it. I think it's perfect.
Bring it on. Yeah, that's something to note, is you have to respect someone's time as well. Like, a lot of people will see that logo and be like, you paid 150 for that, or you think that was worth this amount. But you are paying someone's time. It's just like us. Like, why would you go and clean a driveway for 50 quid when you know it's a 400 quid job? So, yeah.
Let's talk about this redesign. Liam, I think you've nailed it, mate.
He's got the N perfectly, like I wanted the flat bottoms.
Yeah, where do you get that N from? Send me that N.
I hate the fact there's a star on it. Like, why is there a star on it of all things? It has nothing to do with the business.
It's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
I have to ask Liam, did you get your crayon set out, or did you just ask ChatGPT?
Yeah, how long did that take? That's pretty impressive. That was done so quickly.
I think he's put the logo into GPT because of the way the O has the sticky out end bit.
I've got a redesign on mine as well from Luke. There's some sort
Change the Y to the I, yes,
tiger.
Because Onyx.
Some sort of tiger theme going on there.
That is brilliant.
Right, I need to give yours a rating. I'm going. Where did you send me? Did you send it me?
What's up?
Yeah, I got it. I'm going to give yours a solid 8 out of 10. There are some very, very tiny nitpicky issues that I would like to see solved. And also, I'll be honest, I'm not too keen on the colours. I think something better could be done with the colours. And the text at the bottom, something not quite right about it. I think it needs to be 2 words instead of 3 words. I think that cleaning at the bottom is very out of place.
Yes, that is one of the reasons I want to go for surface restoration.
You know how it's like, surface restoration would be 1 line, wouldn't it? But if you know, some people have like a dash in the middle, like a line in the middle. Yeah. Surface line restoration, but it wouldn't really work with that because it's 1 phrase. But yeah, I like it.
I do have a version where it's all on one. I've got different versions of everything.
Yeah.
One where it's all on 1 line.
Oh, you've sent it me. There we go.
I've got variations of all sorts.
You got your money's worth.
The one that the first one I sent you works better as like a socials profile because you can see it all.
Yes, definitely. Whereas it was like a circle around it.
The second one is actually what's printed on the t-shirt.
I think this one's
1 line.
This one was what I was talking about earlier. So CLS External Cleaning. Do you see how there's a stroke on these drips, these water droplets, and you can overlap it more, and it's sort of more coherent.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen the letters CLS everywhere. That combination of letters does that seem common to you or not?
No.
Oh.
Maybe you have a local company with CLS.
Maybe, yeah. I like that. I think it's clean, quite generic possibly, but I think it's clean. I like the colours.
Is a CLS is a isn't it a Mercedes-Benz model?
Yes, it is. Yeah. I'm giving that one a solid 7. I like it. I think it's clean. Nothing special going on, but I like the colours. How about you, Matt?
I like it. There's something off about positioning in the circle. It feels like it's too high up in the circle. Like the center of the circle line needs to go through the CLS center, and then the external cleaning sits a little bit lower, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily should be in a circle. I think that would lend itself more to some sort of wide banner.
The droplets themselves are great with the stroke. I think the far left droplet needs to be dropped down a bit more because it doesn't feel like it's in a... I don't know. We're going a bit too...
critical.
No, what's the word when you...
Nitpicky?
Oh, no, it's... there's... I'm trying to describe the word, to say the word. You know when something's not quite perfect, it has imperfections, and it's kind of like a bit more free flow.
Yeah.
Or something's like mechanically like it's on a grid.
Mm-hmm.
Like the droplets don't feel like they're on a grid, and they feel like they should be on a grid.
Right.
Does that
okay.
make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Can I get a rating out of 10 for this one?
I'd give it a 7, maybe a 7.5.
Okay. On to the next. Let's keep moving through these nice and quick. So this one's from Kiam, and this is first port. We haven't launched yet, so interested to hear your thoughts.
Okay.
First port, commercial and domestic cleaning services. It's a bit of a mouthful, got a lot of text, but it kind of works.
So this is the first look of a... Yeah, that looks good. I like the water drop with the splashes around.
I love the font. I love the way that the water droplet affects the text, the way it's got the wave over the top of the T.
Yeah.
Love that. That's a very nice touch, and that makes the entire logo for me. And again, the commercial and domestic underneath with the little dashes either side. I think that looks good. Something odd about I think there's too much going on at the top, though. I think that could be simplified, personally.
I think the water splash logo thing should be bigger and as a backdrop to the whole logo, rather than just a little thing at the top.
Yeah, but then you'd lose that nice little touch that's on top of the T.
That is true.
I think it could be simplified.
Are you exterior cleaning services or just general cleaning, interior and exterior? Because if I saw that, I think you're coming to clean my kitchen.
Maybe. I like the name, First Port. That's a cool name.
Yeah.
I like the font on the F and on the T. Very cool. I think the cleaning services text needs to be dropped down slightly or removed.
Trying to get
Definitely a spacing issue. That the cleaning services needs to come down so it's the same distance from First Port. Get rid of the light blue bits. Maybe. But I really like the way it affects the T. I love that. I think that needs to stay. What's Matt doing?
I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with it. There's something that feels off, and I can't quite figure out what's off.
I think there's too much going on up the top. There's like there's extra lines and the highlight on the water droplet that doesn't necessarily need to be there. And then the cleaning services need to be moved down.
I think commercial and domestic needs to be underneath on the very bottom.
Ooh.
I first put commercial and domestic cleaning services.
The
I
drop
feel like
isn't
it's the wrong
central.
way around.
Darren
the
says the drop isn't central. Oh, he's right.
Yeah.
It needs to be
That's
to the
probably
left. It needs to be off to the left slightly, doesn't it? I don't know. Very minor tweaks to this one because I think I actually like it. I think it's quite good.
Yeah.
It just looks a bit weighted. The weight of it looks slightly wrong. Just needs some adjustment to the spacing and stuff. And maybe simplify this top bit, personally. The blob is too dark. Well, it matches the text, I think.
Yeah.
Does it match the text? I think it does.
It's the same colour, yeah.
I'm giving that one a solid 7.5 to 8. I think there's minor tweaks that can be done to that one.
I'd say a solid 7.
Okay.
Next.
Let's have a look. Oh dear.
Is that a good idea? There's 4 letters to the left and 3 to the right. Yeah, it was off centre.
Giraffe Property Services.
I've seen a logo like that J before, with the shadowing, doing that line. In fact, I think that's a local scaffolding company.
This tells me nothing about the business. I've got no information. The text is extremely generic. Kind of looks cool on a hat. That looks better. That could even be a brand. I'd rock that hat. I'd have that logo on my t-shirt.
Yeah. What did the bottom text say on the
Property Services.
No, it says it's something about his nephew on the first picture.
Oh, my nephew was obsessed with saying... Hang on, I'm going to blank this out because I don't want to give away the phone number and stuff. Member of the Discord started from my nephew who was obsessed with saying, you're having a giraffe rather than having a laugh. Okay.
Right, I see. Right.
Hypo doesn't impact this material either. So we've got a picture of his nephew as well. With the giraffe
It does feel like a clothing company brand.
Yeah, it does.
Or something else. It doesn't say what you do, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I like this as a brand. I don't think this does any favours as a logo, personally. I'm giving that one a 2 out of 10 as a logo.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it as a logo. Like,
oh, you might be right, actually. If the text was different,
there's not inherently there's nothing bad about it. It doesn't tell me what you do, like what kind of property services, but that is not.
Yeah.
That can be resolved on the side of a van with multiple services or on a website. So it's like it is the logo.
What are you giving it? Yeah, I like the cap as well. What are you giving
I
it?
like, on screen because it's a rectangle black background with a white circle. Like on screen, it's great. I don't know how you would translate the whole image onto a jacket or something.
What are you giving it?
I'm going to give it an 8. 8 for what it is.
An 8?
Yeah, for what it is, I think it's.
God, that is
minimal. It's to the point.
Extremely generous, in my opinion. We have a message from Laughter. Onyx Exterior Cleaning. Nothing really to say about this one, to be honest. Extremely basic. Fairly generic. But it works. If you're a window cleaner, it certainly works.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with it.
I was about to say that's very Windows 95 logo.
Yeah. I'm going 3 out of 10. Nothing real particularly special about it. But if it works...
Yeah, a 4, maybe a 5.
Yeah, it gets the point across. Now, I really like this logo, and I've seen it before in the Discord, and I think it's quite a good one. Strange choice of colours for an exterior cleaning business, but you could also say the same about mine, to be fair. I think it's good that you stand out. I don't think it's a bad choice of colours, because it goes along with the sort of gardening and grounds maintenance theme.
Yeah.
Don't know what the logo is. I love the name, Keystone. I think that's a very cool, professional sounding name.
I think the logo kind of like reminds me of those, like, you know how Gleamguard had like the shield. It's kind of like a
wings. It's a shield with wings or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like
headpiece,
like a medieval kingdom's flag.
Mm-hmm.
Like we are the Keystones, and we're about to go to battle with whatever's.
I think in this particular one, the keystone should be the main larger text, and the pressure washing should be the smaller text underneath. I think you've got the sizing of the text the wrong way round for me.
Yeah.
I'm giving that one a solid 7.5 out of 10.
A keystone is a wedge-shaped stone used at the apex of an arch or vault, acting as the final piece that locks all the other stones into place. So as an arch, that would be like the top stone. That makes sense. That's why the top bit is arched in.
Cody says, pretty sure it's supposed to be a keystone like on a bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the name. Yeah, I think the name sounds very professional.
Is that your surname, Justin, or is it just the name of the business?
Can we get a rating from you, Matt, out of 10?
I give it a good 7.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page with that one. Right, on to the
I
next.
like the idea of it. It's very green. Like.
Okay, this will be divisive. I'm going to find a version of this that I think works better.
I think the whole logo needs to be alternating colors, not just the word B. It doesn't fit.
Oh, not going to be able to find it. Where's Bee's Knees?
Oh, yeah.
Where's Bee's Knees? Pressure washing.
Is it knees with an A? Knea. Or is it Beas? Bee's Knees. I know it's got an A in there somewhere.
I'm struggling to find it.
Yeah. Beas knees.
Oh, I've got it. So I think this one is done better. I think this one looks more professional. Although, to be honest with this one, I'm not particularly keen on the glowing lettering. But this looks like a more professional...
I like that.
high-value brand. Whereas...
the wireframe B, yeah.
Yeah. Whereas this one... I think this squeegee has been added afterwards because he's not even sort of holding on to it. I think there's too many different elements trying to come together into one logo here.
Yeah, the non-alternating colors all out is bothering me.
I think there's... I think it looks quite unprofessional and if you look at any brand, any logo from like a large business, they look nothing like this. Whereas you could potentially imagine seeing that, especially the top half of it, as a larger brand, as like a more professional... Yeah, I'm not so keen on this. I'm giving that one. I think there's too much sort of that I would change to give any sort of constructive criticism on it. But I think that I'm going with around about 2 on that one personally. I can see there's
1 or 2 for me.
quite a lot of effort been put in. I mean, even the background looks like some sort of, you know, when you've got like a watermark across an image because they don't want you to use it without paying for it.
Yeah.
It sort of looks like a watermark or something. I'm not too keen. Imagine getting this feedback after getting full van wrap. Yeah, but also like you sort of, you know, you sent me the picture, so I'm going to be honest. I think it's more
the B itself feels like something like a cartoon.
Paint, Microsoft Paint or something.
Yeah, like clip art or something.
Clip art, that's it, not Paint. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's the BEE in different colors, and then the clean and window cleaning in the same color. It doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I would change
to be like alternating.
I'd change everything about that logo, if I'm totally honest. Easily identifiable. That's a very good point. Yeah, it is. Okay. On to the next. Strake Exterior Cleaning. Is Strake a surname? Because it's not necessarily a word that I'd associate with. Is that a place or is that a surname? It's got everything you love about logos, mate. We've got a roof, we've got some dormers, we've got a pressure washer, lance, and then we've got some sort of shield behind it, by the looks of it.
Oh, it's a shield. Yeah, I was thinking that's like a calendar.
It does look like.
I don't know why.
Well, it's got 2 holes at the top. It's got like pinholes at the top, so it does look like a calendar. You're right. Or like, are they screw holes or something? And it looks like there's a space for some text between those screw holes, but there isn't any text there because the text is going around the top of it instead. I don't normally like photos on vans. Not that we're critiquing the van. I don't usually like photos, but I think that one works very well. And I love the way that the mist goes into a white background.
Yeah.
For the logo.
I like how they've made the it's the opacity.
Yeah.
Fades, the whole roof fades into it.
Although, how much better do you think that logo would look in red, the same colour as the van?
Yeah, I think matching would be good.
Or just on a white van, that would look so much better, potentially.
Yeah, I think it's the blue on the red is a problem, even though there's a white behind it.
The stock image on the back of the van is a huge no-no. Oh, the photo.
Oh, yeah.
It's quite a generic image from Google. I could probably find that now, actually.
I think that's one of the main ones on Canva as well.
There it is. I found it in literally like 3 seconds.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with using stock images.
In fact, I sell stock images on my Discord.
There we go.
Yeah. I think there's nothing wrong with the image.
Click the join now button.
Yeah. Personally, there's nothing wrong with the image. I think it's used very well in this situation.
Yeah.
I think I hate the colour of the van. But also,
I think that is the. If we had like an isolated image, it might be different.
Yeah. Also, the logo is just not doing anything for you. I think at this point, you might as well just not have a logo because you haven't really used the logo correctly either. It's not got the text on the banner above the logo. We don't like the roofs, obviously. Matt doesn't like the pressure washer, but I think it's been used quite well here. I actually don't mind that as a logo.
Yeah. I think the problem with those kind of logos is just nothing stands out. Again, if you're talking to someone, they're like, "Who was that company?" and they go, "Oh, it had a roof as a logo." It's like you get lost in a sea of people.
I don't.
That.
Go on.
Yeah, I think a logo has to mean something to you.
Yeah, I don't think the logo is being used very well here. It's like the smallest part of the whole van. Like as you see on the back, it's like just shoved in the corner, sort of for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you think about a logo, you can large companies have a logo that they can just stamp on. They don't need to write any other text. If you stamped that on and didn't write any other text, how is it identifiable to you?
Should we rate it? What are you giving that one?
The logo. It's not a nice number.
Go on.
It's going to be about a 1 or a 2.
I'm going to be more generous.
It's too generic for me.
It is generic, but I think it's not bad, and I'm going to give it a 3. But it has the potential of being a 7 or an 8 if it was done correctly. Personally,
I really like how they've done the actual image of the roof being cleaned into it, and that really does, that makes it look really good.
And the fact they got a harness, they got a lovely bubble butt poking out of a harness, and you can see they're obviously professional, or they might not be. This might just be a stock image, but either way, it looks professional.
I think it's a well utilized. The image with the big phone number over it and the website is good.
Yeah.
So for that part of the design, that brings it up. But the actual logo, just the shield logo with the roofs and things.
Okay, we've got 2 submissions from this next one. We've got a ChatGPT generated image, and we've also got we've got 2 ChatGPT generated images. This one is Jamie's Jets. I have no idea what the little ball is in the middle. It looks like a little kind of Henry Hoover with a pressure washer coming out of it. Very easily.
It's meant to be a pressure washer, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see that it's AI generated because it just doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah.
Although I think the next logo that you've submitted is actually quite good. I think that does the job pretty well.
Yeah, that's definitely the better logo of the 2. Scrap the first one.
Do we think it's good though?
I mean, it's AI imagery, so it's hard to comment on it. I like the idea of the drive being cleaned, and it's like 2 halves of a circle. But the second half makes no sense. Why is it a cloud and some water?
Yeah.
That's the problem with AI stuff. It won't give you exactly what you need.
And if you were to try and ask it to edit the image and change it ever so slightly, it just probably wouldn't.
It will ruin the first part.
Yeah, probably wouldn't keep the good bits. But
and it's like, why? Yeah.
I think if you could work some way of working in that block paving being cleaned as the whole shield, could look really good. I'm going to give this one a 6, actually, with the potential of being a lot higher if it was just more consistent and more direction to it.
That has potential of being, a good 8 or so if it was designed not by AI and you had some input.
Yeah.
As an AI image, it's a 5 or a 6, and the first image you showed us, just delete it.
Yeah. I think we need to get through these a little bit quicker now. So, please excuse me, guys, if we start powering through these. This one's from B Shaw.
Do you want to cut off the submissions so you don't get any more?
I can't. I don't know where we finished and where we started, to be honest.
Okay.
B Shaw, quite generic. I kind of like the wave. I think just get rid of the house and keep the wave.
Yeah.
Easy fix on that one.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I like the colours. Very similar to Onyx colours. Get rid of the house. Keep the wave. Everything else looks good.
Yeah.
6 out of 10. Could be a 7 or an 8.
5, 6.
Okay.
Get rid of the house. Make it a 7.
Perfect. So this person paid £300 on a logo with a graphic designer.
What B Shaw did on the next one?
No, this next one. £300, just a logo with a graphic designer. Not sure if it was good value for money or not. Here we go. Honestly, I'd be pretty disappointed for 300 quid. What's going on with that?
Did you have any input to the logo?
Couple of different versions of this here, because I can see that one. Okay, that's just a bit blurred, I think.
Like, there's something to be said. You're paying for someone's time at the end of the day, so you paid someone a rate. So there's that aspect, but if you were to buy that off the shelf, so to speak, that's you could have done that yourself.
I just realised this this van isn't actually sign written. These are
Oh, is it a mock-up?
they've been stuck sort of on afterwards. But it doesn't really say anything about the business. The text is fine, I suppose, but I don't understand the dots.
Yeah, I mean,
the person's clearly not a professional. Just with the way they've mocked up the image, it doesn't. I could do a better job of making this. Like
roofs, patios, tarmac, gutters, block paving. But
yeah,
that's beside the point.
Why specifically tarmac? Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah.
There's no perspective on this. Like you could. Let me see if I've got an example of mine. Again, we're not professionals. My computer's just froze.
Yeah, it's
Pictures. Okay, see with this one, I've put like a kind of like a perspective on the text, so it looks like it's actually on the van. I don't know if anyone can actually see that. And just like mocking up some of the other, like I've hidden the text behind the ladder to make it look like it's actually stuck on, and I've cut the door out.
yeah, you've done a
Like there's things you can do to make this look a bit more professional. This is me. This isn't even a graphic designer that's done this. And I feel like someone with experience in doing this sort of work would have done a better job of doing all that sort of stuff. Maybe you did this yourself. I don't know.
You get the idea of the what it could look like.
1 out of 10 ladders on wonky. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think not great value for money. If 300 quid on that logo, personally, I think there's nothing that says anything about your business other than all the text that's plastered over the van. And you could say it looks quite potentially like a commercial, professional logo, but it doesn't. I reckon they've just found that on Google and copied it because it's so generic.
Yeah. Putting the money into that logo is not. Oh well, yeah, they've had you over for that, but you have paid for someone's time, so you can't really. It depends on your
Jed said
that's a different sensor.
Yeah, Jed said it looks corporate, which it does look corporate.
It does, yeah. It just has nothing to do with what you're trying to promote, I guess.
Oh, be sure. Did you miss yours? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, but then a lot of our logos kind of, my logo doesn't really have anything to do with what I do.
Yeah.
So I can't really comment on that.
I'm going.
I'm
going 2 out of 10 on that one. It just doesn't really do anything for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, same.
Be sure. I think missed their critique. Be sure this logo could look very good if you just remove the house. In my opinion, keep everything else the same and just remove the house. I think it would look much better.
Yeah. Go back 5 minutes in the VOD, and that's exactly where you were.
Yeah. Okay, the next one is from Hydro Clean Exteriors. Again, I think you can lose the house, the outline of the house. I think the water droplet looks quite cool. Not sure about the layout of all the text. I think more could be done with that. I I think here.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Just remove the bit around the outside and make the water droplet bigger. I think that's quite a cool logo.
Yeah, just get rid of the yeah. You just added a shape over a shape for the sake of adding it. By the looks of it.
It actually reminds me of another one of my logos that I made for the Discord. Actually,
what's cool about that little water drop logo? Like you know how you get like plumbing and gas companies and they do it in like red for fire or whatever for gas. Yeah. You've done the same thing but for blue, and that's really cool. Yeah, there you go. The design is good for the just get rid of that house shape.
Yeah. I'm going 4 out of 10.
3 or 4 out of 10. Get rid of the house. 5, 6 out of 10. I think hydro cleaning will be in block capitals as well.
We've got another clean off here. Getting the most screen time out of everyone. Potentially looks a little bit better on the back window here.
Yeah, that makes sense in the back window.
Craig has sent me. Oh no way! He's given me a little wonky T on this one to go with my little wonky ladder. I actually hate it, mate. I hate everything about it. I think the colours look quite cool, actually. Colours do look kind of playful. Can't believe you've done me so dirty with the T. That's crazy.
He's also made the S bigger because he hates the little S.
Yeah. Rate my van and logo. Possibly new delivery.
Is the U slightly kilted as well? He's messed all the letters up.
Okay. Smart exterior cleaning and maintenance. On the van, I really like it. I don't think you can necessarily call it a logo. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a logo. It's just a bit of text. But I think on the van, it works really well.
It makes instantly, for some reason, because the art is in grey, it makes me think of a painting company.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just because the word art is very prominent. Has nothing to do with the logo.
I think it looks very good. I don't know how good it would look on its own, printed on a t-shirt, for example, embroidered, or on a hat.
Is that a mock-up? Obviously it's a mock-up. Has that been printed to a van yet, or is this just at mock-up stage?
Rate my van and logo, possible new livery.
Because do not get that printed, because all the other text does not stand out. It's hard to read, you can't see anything. You'll be paying a lot of money for no gain. In my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think some of the grey is a bit blown out, but that could also be because it's a little bit of a blurry image.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's
Also,
not big enough as well.
Some of that text needs to move to the left there. That's quite annoying. I'm going 5 out of 10 on that. Nothing special, but very cool on the van, actually. I like the colours, obviously.
Yeah, I like the contrasting colours. The Skyvac logo on the back, what's that got around it?
Mossmatic.
Okay.
Right, should we keep moving?
Yeah, go for it.
Cedars is back with a redesign on my logo. Hate it. I mean, thanks for doing it. Thanks for giving it a go, but it's...
You'll just close that one.
We've got a redesign on your logo. Onyx Specialist Exterior Cleaning. Matt, you're gonna love this one. You've got a shield, you've got a pressure washer,
okay,
and you've got a roof.
I hate everything about it. The shield's cool, but
right, what else we got?
I'd go out of business if that was my logo. I'd force myself business, so I didn't have to look at it.
Kim said hers is not just exterior cleaning, general cleaning. The first port. Right. Is there any more? Oh, we've got advanced power cleaning. I mean, interesting choice of name. What would I think if someone turned up with advanced power cleaning written on the side of the van? It's hard because you want to think of something that's different, that's not generic and like just exterior cleaning. I mean, is anyone Googling power washing or power cleaning? I don't think anyone's
Like
Googling advanced power. What's advanced about it?
Yeah. No one's typing power cleaning. That was not a hard hit on my keyword search. Yeah. Advanced.
There's something that's got potential about this logo. I don't like it as it is. I like the idea of the hose coming off the bottom of the N. I don't like the way it's been executed. I love the colours. I hate all the gradient.
I don't like the spiral in the hose, the little loop.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be done. It could be done better, I think. I don't like the gradient on the gun. I think remove the lance altogether. But that sort of is the entire logo. What does this logo remind me of?
It feels very American for some reason.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Advanced power cleaning.
I'm sure I've seen a logo like that with the white and the black text, and then I'm giving this one a 4 out of 10. It's got potential, especially with the colours and the layout of the text. I just don't like what's going on with the lance at the top. We've got it on a van here. Actually, it looks good on the van. I will be honest with you.
So look on the van.
That looks pretty good.
Okay, that's better. It prints better. I like how you've done services in a vertical format as well.
Yeah, me too.
That's pretty cool. As a piece on the van, that's better than it is on screen.
What do you think of the phrase free quote? Because I think I've got this on my website somewhere. Free, no obligation quote. Is anyone charging for quotes for anything ever?
I think
any service-based business,
action, I guess.
Yeah,
it's a call to action, I guess. Like, call for your free quote. People see the word free, and it's like, oh, cool. But yeah, I think everybody in the industry or in most places use it.
I don't know what service-based service offers do like paid quotes, unless someone's driving super far. I don't know.
It's a difficult one because if you're paying for a quote, you're basically locking yourself to use that person.
Yeah.
And then they could be a non-competitive quote, which further locks them in.
We did something interesting recently. Sorry. Go on.
I was going to say, I like what you've done saying ask for a leaflet. Because it's a call to talk to you while you're on site.
Because people are sometimes like, I can see them looking, but they almost don't want to come and bother us. But like, I'm trying to encourage them, no, come and grab a leaflet because I want you to. So we did something strange the other day. My friend Rich, who also does exterior cleaning, he's based over in Walsall, which is about 45 minutes away, maybe almost an hour away from me. And I had a quote to do a roof clean in his area. I could see it fine on Google Earth, but I couldn't really see the access around the back. And she wanted to know whether her roof was suitable for pressure washing or not. And I can't honestly say that looks fine without going around there and inspecting it. So what we did, I said, look, I'm not near you, I'm not local, but I could ask one of my colleagues, I just called him my colleague, to pop out for a fee, and he charged £25 because he was 10 minutes away to visit the property, walk round, check the access, take photos for me, and then he got his ladders off and climbed up to the gutter line and did some videos for me and took some photos. And I think 25 quid. She's not accepted the quote yet. I've given her the price, so she knows a rough price, but she didn't know whether she was going to go for scraping or pressure washing. And yeah, she's sort of given him 25 quid cash to go and do the inspection before she's even booked in for the roof clean. And I've never done anything like that before, but I think it worked quite well.
If you're going to do a thorough inspection like that and have a whole process, then yeah, it makes sense.
It did feel like she was sort of locked in at that point. Once she's given him the money, it's like, well, she could have just wasted 25 quid if she doesn't want to go ahead with my quote then. But I've already given her a rough price, so she knows a rough price at that point. So yeah.
The question is, if she accepts the final job, would you take that off of the final bill, or are you taking it as extra?
That's a good point, because Rich is then going to be, once we've done the roof and spent a day there, we're going to go away, and Rich is going to pressure wash the patio in the driveway.
Yeah. And
he's given her a separate price for that. So it might be that maybe he knocks it off the bill. I have no idea. Probably not. I don't know.
No, because he's charging separate for a separate service.
Yeah, it's time, isn't it?
So it has to come off of the... If you did it, it came off the roof job as an independent.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If it were me, I would do that because that's an incentive. It's like, okay, you're gambling, but you're taking our quote. If you don't take our quote, you lose your 25 quid.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, if you lock in with us, then I'm happy to give that back to you or take it off the bill, like as part of the service.
So what I could have said was, if you accept the quote at this price, then we'll come round and do an and I can even take a deposit, and then we'll come round and do an inspection and let you know which service is going to be more suitable. I could have done it like that, couldn't I?
Yeah.
But I wanted to pay Rich for his time, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Rich has paid for his time. You've got the answers you need because you haven't had to go out. So really, knocking 25 quid off the overall bill is saving you the effort of having to drive out there, go there, gamble. You've got the answers you need.
Or I just don't.
It's a tricky one.
Or I just don't knock the 25 quid off and just say you sort of agreed to pay for an inspection, which we wouldn't normally do unless she sort of requested it. She requested the inspection. I wouldn't have offered really.
Yeah.
I'd have just said, if you're not sure, we'll just scrape it.
If she's requested the inspection, then she's requesting a service. So therefore, you shouldn't take it off the overall bill.
Yeah, but also an inspection is part of the roof clean, isn't it? For any roof clean, you do an inspection, but it's just not an hour away.
Well, yeah, but she wants your services, and that's the cost, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, we
could call. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Let's
diverting here a little bit. What would you give this advanced power cleaning logo? Did we already rate it? I think we already rated it. I think it's good. I just don't like the lance.
Yeah. On the van, it looks way better than on screen, so I'm rating it based on the van, and it's going to be about a 6, maybe 6.5.
Okay. Jacques Forsyth? I don't know how to spell your first name. Message on text, but didn't realize it on here. Designed it myself in Adobe Illustrator. X99 Grime Exterior Cleaning. X99 Grime. I mean, that means nothing to me. The name. I don't know what X99 stands for.
Is there a story behind X99?
Times 99. I like the way it rhymes. X99 Grime. I like the colours. I like that it's simple. fairly effective.
It's very like graffiti like. It's got that kind of that maybe not graffiti as such, but
Like a
I
tag,
like the
like a
way
sticker.
yeah, like a sticker, bumper sticker tag.
Makes me think of a cleaning product. Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah.
I like it. Not sure what the association with the X99 is. I'm going to give that a positive 7 because it's clean. It's not trying to do too much.
Yeah, I probably agree. 7.5, maybe even 8.
There we go. So clean. So what we've seen so far is generally the less fussy,
Yeah,
the cleaner, the better.
because it's straight to the point. It's like you can look at it. A lot of the ones that I've rated lower, I'm looking at every aspect. I'm looking at too much stuff, and it's like I don't know what I'm taking in here.
Yeah.
Whereas it's just to the point. It's just like, yeah, this is great.
I'll take a 7. There we go.
It doesn't matter if X99 has nothing to do with it. It was just simple to read.
Yeah. Jack, out of interest, what does X99 mean to you? Or is it just you like the rhyme, you like the name? Liam has submitted his logo for critique. Are you ready for this?
LRS.
LRS Exterior Cleaning.
You know what? I can't even. I know he's got LRS, but I've never really seen the logo. It looks okay. I know Liam is heavy into football and plays Football Manager. It looks like a football team.
I hate the roof.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's at night time and the stars out. That seems to be a running theme with these roof ones.
Yeah. This is another GPT one, I assume.
The
because of
water coming off the top looks like a bad haircut. And there's so many
I
different
always
colours.
thought it was LR5 as well. I didn't realize it was an S.
Ooh. There's so many different colours going on.
Yeah, I don't like the blue and orange combo.
Nor me. I think
You paid 170 on Fiverr.
170 quid. Jeez.
170 quid for someone to type into ChatGPT and then write LRS Exterior Cleaning on the front.
I don't know if this one is AI generated. I don't think it is.
No.
I think it's a bunch of clip art images stuck together.
It feels like it is.
It does. I think it's a bunch of images stuck together. Like that, the water around the outside is a totally different art style to the rest of it. It's not consistent.
Yeah. Even the part, yeah. You're right. It's completely mishmash.
All the stars and bubbles are 100% AI. Is that right, Jamie? You think? Need to get on Fiverr. Well, she says I need to get on Buy Robbie a Millionaire.
The banner for LRS looks like a spanner.
Oh, it does. Yeah. A spanner banner.
Spanner banner.
Yeah, it looks like a wrench or something, doesn't it? I'm
gonna have to give that a 3, honestly. I hate the orange on blue on white. The mishmash of art styles doesn't make sense.
Even over here, the water droplets have. I like the word you use. It's got a. What was the word? Not a strike.
A stroke.
Stroke. The water droplets have got a stroke at the top, but then the wave doesn't have a stroke at the bottom. It's just very inconsistent, the whole thing.
Like, I'm going to use Liam as an example here because I talk to Liam a lot. Liam provides a 10 out of 10 service, and his logo is not a 10 out of 10 logo.
Someone's just said, "Don't be too mean. He's just had it. He's just done his van."
It just does.
It's all right, Liam. Easy peel? Question mark.
Like, yeah. We know Liam puts effort and hard work into the jobs he does, and I feel like a logo can let your image of that down.
And it's a shame that you've paid someone 170 quid to make this. It's
unsubscribing. Yeah, don't take it the wrong way, Liam. It does feel like a mishmash of a bit of everything, and if I'm looking at a company to come and do work for me, obviously I look at their image as well. Like, how do they present themselves? Your logo is part of your uniform at the end of the day.
On the flip side, look at what he's just made for me. This is immediately 10 times better than what he's got, and he's just made this on ChatGPT. Even this one,
There we go.
it's funny, but even that is like so much better than what his looks. And he's paid someone 170 quid for that, and yet he's just generated that completely for free.
Yeah,
I really like that, actually. I'm gonna save that.
I like he's used a certain color theme.
Yeah,
The orange and the black.
I actually like them. That's pretty funny. I'm gonna keep that on as well. That's gonna go on my story tomorrow. Yeah, Liam, we love you.
Yeah.
I feel like you've been ripped off there, mate. Unfortunately.
I think a lot of what I just said can apply to a lot of people's logos here. Like, you could be doing 10 out of 10 work, but your image, like, your logo is going to be the first thing anybody sees on a flyer, on the internet, on your website or something, and you want that to be like, wow, they look like a company that know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And if your logo isn't sort of the eye-catching, if it looks kind of low budget, they're going to think, what kind of work are you doing?
Yeah. Jack, good luck with your CBT tomorrow, mate. Have a good one. New motorbike arriving. Nice. That's very exciting. These are just showing a level of cluelessness. I don't know what that says. Right then. Is there anything else we want to... We're at the end of the logos. We've managed to get through them all.
Nice.
Well,
thank you for letting us rip apart your logos.
I can't believe we just did that.
Don't come at me. Yeah, don't come at me.
That's pretty crazy that we just spent like 2 hours just destroying people's logos, as if we've got the best logos.
Yeah. No, it's good because it makes me start to think about my brand as well. And what refresh, because I've been chatting to my designer about a brand refresh, so it's good.
I could even spend a bit of time doing mine now. Actually, I might have a little play.
Yeah.
Do you want to stick around for a bit, or are you getting off?
Yeah, no, I've got all the time in the world. If you want to carry on.
I don't know what to do with mine now though, because I can't just freehand sketch a pressure washing lance, because that is kind of what I want. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing. You can play with it over a period of time and come back to it, reopen things, draw iterations. Like, you don't have to make your logo in 1 hour, in 1 day.
See, that lance looks really cool. I'd like to use that one. That could set my logo off much nicer. Let me just copy that image and just see how it looks. Oh man, my back's starting to hurt actually.
Whatever you do, the chat will rip it to bits.
Yeah, that's true. That's
true.
True.
We're in the minus numbers for ours, like we're in the doghouse.
Yeah, in the doghouse. Have you got anything planned tomorrow? What are you up to for the rest of the week?
I've got quite a gigantic job on Thursday. So I booked tomorrow as an admin day, and I decided to book Wednesday as an admin day. So I'm taking 2 days off, effectively. I've got a lot of admin to go through. I've got loads of emails to write, invoices to send. Yeah, just catching up on some stuff before
Just stuff.
Did you see the before pictures I put in? And you, oh yeah, you did, because you thought it was like really old knackered limestone. It's caked in lichen.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
it's
I did see that one.
terrible. It's going to be a long day because it's like 25 miles away. The water pressure is terrible. It gets, I think I measured it 11 liters out of the tap, which has to go uphill 45 meters to the van.
That does make a difference going uphill, you know. I
Yeah.
didn't think it would, but it does.
It does. So I'm going to get more like 3 or 4 liters a minute. And it's a 300 meter squared area to do. I've got Dan from Radiant Bristol helping me out with it. So he's joining me for the day. So
That's
hopefully
cool.
we can bash it out, but then we're probably splitting the water pressure between two. Yeah, it's going to be a long one.
Cool that you're collaborating on it though.
Yeah. We've done quite a few jobs together now. We've got a roof clean on the 30th together. Yeah, it's just been a bit busy getting some of these luxury projects out the way. Today was interesting. I did a full pressure wash gutter soffit fascia.
Full pressure
It was
wash.
absolutely knackered, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna get the machine out for this. So it was a house kind of like away from other things, so I pro-jetted up some synergy because it didn't really matter about the overspray with the area I was doing. I literally let that dwell on the entire house gutters for about 15-20 minutes, melted it all away, and then sniper nozzled it away. And then there was just left with a few bits that needed brushing. And it came out quite nice, actually. It was one of those where I set up with the waterfed pole in backpack with synergy, and it just was not having it. It needed a long dwell, and I was like, I'm not gonna sit here scrubbing for the next 3 hours.
Do you think there's ever going to be a solution where you don't need to scrub fascias and soffits and stuff?
I mean, there are solutions which involve chemicals, but you don't want to be spraying those chemicals up in drift. So you're always going to have some level of scrubbing, I believe. You can't go super high pressure on the soffits because you don't want to push water up into the eaves or anything like that. So it was all done from the ground. I was looking at those brushes that spin on water pressure. They're usually attached to the Karchers or the Nilfisk machines for car washing. And I'm curious, it's like 15 quid to buy one. I'm curious to see if I can adapt it onto the end of a pressure washing pole and then just go up at 40 or 50 bar. And just let it spin away. Yeah, it's like there's a time and place for pressure washing you got jobs, I guess. I knew this one was just going to be an absolute nightmare, so I was like, yeah, whatever. Customer's not expecting miracles. Shouldn't it be exterior cleaning rather than pressure washing? Says Martin.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of the words exterior cleaning. I think
Yeah.
I think it's too common personally, but a lot of people would disagree with that.
That's why I want to go towards surface restoration with the projects I want to be doing.
Mate, I don't think I'm on the right track here. It's not doing it for me. It's not looking any better than my current logo.
I mean, it makes the sense now. I think what you need to do is put the trigger at the bottom and do the hose like you did before.
Oh yeah, I
Basically
flipped it, haven't I?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Redesign it like your other one to make sense.
Oh, that's gonna be
don't use
awkward.
pressure gutters. There is that. It was from ground sniper, so it wasn't high pressure right up against them. By the time the sniper nozzle dissipates the water spray, it was basically a hard rinse down.
We've used, I call it high pressure. It wasn't exactly high pressure on gutters, but we've used pressure where, like you say, it's like a hard rinse with a very wide fan jet.
I turned the unloader down until the machine started basically conking out, and then tightened it until it didn't. So I was like, what, 40, 50 bar? I bear in mind your Karcher machines, your Karcher K4s are 130 bar. So
Are they really?
Yeah. So when we're talking bar, we're like less than that power.
Yeah, not liking this. Oh, that's not too bad actually. Nope. This is difficult. That's not bad. Is this kind of what you meant?
Similar.
Ooh. Yeah. That's a bit better actually.
Let it catch up on the stream. Yeah, there we go.
That's kind of nice.
How about cutting the last couple of inches of the nozzle off and angling it down, just like your other one, so you actually put a bend in that lance?
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
That could work. Need to find a easier way to clean gutters, like pressure washing or something. Yeah. That's the ticket. Then you can afford to move the entire gun forward, and then that will help that hose.
Move the gun forward.
Move the whole... Yeah. Yeah, move the whole thing forwards. By forwards, I mean to the left. It looks flaccid.
It looks what?
Someone says it looks flaccid.
What are we thinking?
Yeah, let's get in there. Did you make the trigger part orange to match your branding?
I definitely could. Everything's too spaced out now. I don't know. I'm going to have to play with that, I think. Look better when you did it first, turn the other way around. Okay, don't quit your day job. Wait. Always bent lance your special.
Put the lance the other way around under smouts and the hose coming under the G.
That's what I did before.
Ah. How about the trigger gun is the P? Pressure washing.
I think I... Oh my god, that's brilliant. I can make that work.
You can make a P out of that. You could make the lance... Yeah, if you made the trigger the P, made the lance go in behind the smout, and then the bend coming out the T. If that makes sense.
We basically need to start again, but I understand. We need to make pressure washing. The P needs to be big. The P maybe stays an 8. And then the pressure washing is maybe a 4. this could be it, you know, and it makes the logo smaller as well, which I like right now. We pull that in. I'm just gonna play with this a little bit. Remove that. If there's anyone still here watching this, I'm very grateful.
There's apparently 56 people watching.
No way. What the hell? We're going to remove fuzziness. Maybe more. I want to make it smoother. I don't know how to make that smoother, but we're going to remove that anyway. We are then gonna we're going to chop the lance off and just keep that bit.
I'm going to answer some chat questions.
Sorry? Okay.
Off to burn my van because you don't like my logo, then bed. See you, XTX. Bye, Darren.
Off to what?
He's off to burn his van because you don't like his logo. Listening and looking at vans. What vans everyone else here use? So I'm in the market for a new van. I've got a Caddy Maxi currently, but I've outgrown it horrendously. I'm at the stage where I'm unloading and reloading it maybe twice a day. It's horrendous.
Yeah, the more you can reduce that having to keep pissing about taking stuff in and out of the van, that it's a life changer when you don't have to do that anymore. I'm not at that stage yet.
Especially when you've got 2 jobs in a day and you have to stack the van in such a way to fit everything in. Your first job is stacked behind your second job.
Yeah.
So you have to unload your second job's goods to get to your first job's goods. It's a nightmare. So I would say if you're getting into the industry and you're looking to do pressure washing, gutter cleaning, and just the basic works, you probably want something like a Vivaro at the smallest. You can probably get away with you'll outgrow a Caddy or a little transit transit connects, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Or like the Peugeot, what you had, Peugeot partner. Those vans are great starter vans, but you will outgrow them quickly.
I really think I'm onto something here. Whoever had this suggestion is brilliant.
Me.
Was it you?
I said make the P the lance.
Did you?
Yeah. Remove your message as insurance will make it invalid.
What do you think of doing the hose along the bottom?
Yeah, comes out of the G.
I need to space it correctly. Oh, you think it should come out of the G? I was thinking the bottom of the P.
Yeah. Other than that, yeah, so it comes out of the P to the G. Just connected to both.
I'll connect them up, you think?
Matt, was yours a long wheelbase Caddy from the pics earlier? Yes, so it's the Caddy Maxi long wheelbase. I've currently got my 21-200 mounted in the back with a 250 tank. It leaves enough room to put everything in there, but by the time you got your gutter back in, your generator, your 2 cans of fuel, or a can of fuel, the backpack, the gutter poles, any chemicals you need, your additional hose reel, buckets, like poles, everything, it gets quite tight. And then you start adding jobs where you're using like 6 tubs of Titan on top of all that. It's a nightmare. it's like Friday. I went and did one job. I had to put all my grinding kit in there. I had to put the sealer kit in there and the tubs of sealer. I had to put in the tubs of Titan. I had to put in all the kit to do the Titan, so the paddle mixer, the buckets. And then I had obviously the hypo for the clean. Pressure washer's already mounted, so that wasn't a problem. I spend more time messing around and getting things in and out of the van than I am actually pressure washing the surface. I couldn't fit my surface cleaner in, so I turboed an entire Indian sandstone. That's how dire it was. Yeah, I've got roof racks. I don't have a storage thing for it. I mean, nothing that would go in the back. I mean, I suppose I could put my poles in there, but I don't really fancy putting my carbon poles in a plumber's style roof rack holder pipe carrier.
I think I need to change. That looks good. I think I need to change the P to something.
If you use the actual trigger as the P, so you got rid of the font P and then made a trigger to work like a P.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I've sort of deleted that now, though.
Fair. Trying to find a cheap Navara, to be fair, but then they seem to be quite high, especially as you only drive automatics. Yeah, you might struggle to find a... You're going to be limited on how many automatics are out there for second-hand vans in a reasonable price range.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really liking this at the minute, but we're definitely onto something. I think I prefer it without the hose at the bottom.
Yeah.
Right, I think I'm going to leave it there. Food for thought, definitely lots to think about, and I hope everyone's enjoyed that. I'm getting tired now.
Yeah, that was fun.
Thanks for joining me, Matt. That was very... This is so much easier with you, just to bounce off of, and keep interrupting you every 5 seconds. Sorry about that.
That's all good. No, it's fun. It was good fun, yeah.
Anything you want to promote before you go?
I mean, you can follow me on all the usual socials. Onyx Exteriors Bristol. Yeah, that's me.
I'm just going to pull up your Instagram again. Onyx Exteriors. There we go. Absolutely terrible at keeping Instagram updated. That's literally your handle. That's so funny.
Yeah, because the last time I updated was like, what, 28 weeks ago?
Yes.
Was it actually?
Which is a shame, because the quality of these photos...
It was 28 weeks, what a guess.
You didn't just guess that, there's no way.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Because 28 weeks is half a year ago, so 6 months.
That's a lovely transformation, that sandstone. Looks absolutely perfect.
Yeah. I need to get in touch, because I did that last June. I'm going to see if they want to repoint this year. I've got so many images to upload.
Oh, how about sneak in what you mentioned at the start of the video for the loyal ones? You said you were working on something.
Oh, you want me to sneak in the app?
Because who's watching till the end, really? I'm worried about someone stealing his idea because it's such a good one.
Let's just say, for those who are serious about business and want to follow various protocols and be above board,
easily. Easily.
Yeah, be above board in a very easy method of being at a customer's house and identifying certain things that could go wrong. Yeah, I think any more would give it away too much.
You know your Secret Labs chair, is it worth the money?
I think it was, yeah. It was nice.
They're like 400 quid, aren't they? Like 400 to 600 quid.
Yeah, this was the 2022 Titan model. I got it on release. I enjoy it. I sit in it quite a lot. It's my main office chair.
Because I've got a generic. Well, I've got a crap office chair that's so uncomfortable, and then I've just got like a. I'm thinking about. I've just ordered a new PC, so I might be looking at another chair.
Yeah, get something that's gonna. If you're gonna sit in it a lot, you want something that's gonna be comfortable and not leave you with like ouchies after a while.
Yeah. Just joined. How's things? Tintins. Things are going really well, thanks, mate. But we're sort of finishing now, unfortunately.
Washi, you're not actually Washi. That's a good idea, but that's not quite.
Should we leave it there?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much for having me.
We'll do it again soon. I enjoy these ones.
Thank you to the chat for letting us rip apart your logos.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Crazy that we did that for the last 2 hours.
That was fun.
Okay, mate. See you next time.
Yeah, take it steady. Have a good one.
Bye.
Cheers, guys.
That was fun. How about that, man? Thank you everyone so much for watching. Please hit the little thumbs up and give the stream a like, and subscribe if you haven't already subscribed, because it all helps. See you next time. Jake, before you go, don't upgrade your logo, upgrade your outro first. You think we need an outro? I've got a new intro. I do need an outro. Thanks for watching. Peace. That's what I do in the videos, but it doesn't really work here because I need my hand to be able to